Amahitlu, good morning, everyone. So nice to see all of you here today. I'm really excited for the session that we have before us and all of the amazing contributions that folks are bringing forward. I'm just so grateful to have all of these people in this space together. So thank you all for being here. I'm joined by some wonderful co-chairs up here, and in just a minute, I'll introduce everyone. But we wanted to begin by welcoming up a colleague of ours, Corbin Jacobs, to get us into the right headspace for this morning. So Corbin, please join us.
I would like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and Wenda, and many others of First Nations. So yeah, I'd like to acknowledge Buju, Nijigu, and Zabam Kushman and being the district cause, because I'm doing Jaba, Wawaskash, and Dodem. Hello, I'm Corbin Jacobs. So I come from Wapalan First Nation, and my clan is Deer. And today I would like to set the tone for today and bring that good and positive energy and to be here with all you guys and the new faces and all the opportunities that we are having today. And I like to do a morning prayer because that's how I start my day. And yes, so Buju, Gajamdado, Miwa, Mishamasag, Miwa, Nokumasag, Miwa, Nimdonina, Mina, Minwa, Kinawaya, Miigwech Gajamdado for this day and the gift of life, for my friends and family members who have passed, for people that are here with us and continue to be with us each day, and for this wonderful space and for all the wonderful opportunities that are going to be coming forth. And miigwech gizamdado, and for you guys, miigwech.
We are so grateful to have Corbin and to have many awesome youth here in our presence. So we just wanted to say welcome, and we're just so grateful to have this crew together. My name is Andrea Reed. I'm a citizen of the Nisga'a Nation. I'm also of Irish descent. I'm from the East and West Coasts. I traveled here today from Nisga'a territory, my home in Gitloch-Dammix. I'm an assistant professor at the University of British Columbia, where I help run a group called the Center for Indigenous Fisheries. So this is co-run by the center and many of our members. And we're just so grateful to be on these lands together and to really share our gratitude with all of the host nations that are here. I'll pass to one of my colleagues.
Annie, hello everybody. My name is Elizabeth Nybor, or just Beth. I am an assistant professor at Virginia Tech, formerly a postdoc with the Center for Indigenous Fisheries, continuing the wonderful work that we're doing on the Great Lakes, which you'll hear a little bit more about later today. I am joining you from, I arrived here from the traditional territories of the Monacan peoples in Virginia, where I have the privilege to reside in their beautiful mountains. So thank you.
Ni Alex Duncan, Indigenous cause Wabjeshi and Dodem Neashing Ming Dunjba. Hey, I'm Alex Martin Clan. I'm from the Chippewas and Nawash, and I'm part of Andrea's group at the Center for Indigenous Fisheries. Hello.
Wushu, hello. My name is Clint Jacobs. My spirit name is Nimdom Nene, which means spirit man. I'm from Bikeshanon, Wapalan First Nation, Southwestern Ontario. I am Wawaskash Dodan, which is Deer Clan. I'm also the manager of Nindawabjik, Wapalan Heritage Center, president of Wapalan Land Trust, Indigenous scholar at University of Windsor. I'm glad to be here and thank you for being here. Miigwech.
Ani Buju, Catherine Indigenous, Philippines Indunjaba, Kumusta, Magandang Umaga. My name is Catherine. It's a privilege to be on stage and share this day with you. I'm a Filipina immigrant from islands now known as the Philippines, right? And my people are from Luzon and Batangas and Leyte. I'm really grateful to share with you and hold space and welcome our youth, and will do my best to, just bring good vibes. So I wish you all a good day and thank you for joining us.
Awesome. So we've got a set of talks, a short break at 9:20, and then another set of talks before the amazing plenary that's in store for today. So without further ado, I think we'll get rolling with our first talk, which is co-authored by Alex Duncan and Andrew Muir, who will introduce themselves more fully and share about their work.
I already introduced myself, so I'll pass it over to Andrew to get us going.
Good morning, Ani Boju, Andrew Muir, Indigenous. It's a really an honor to be here today to present to you some of the work that we've been engaged in over the last few years around learning to see as another sees. Really learning how to bridge the world's knowledge systems. And that's what we're going to talk to you about today. Potentially.
That's not maybe?
There we go. Okay, so my friend Alex and I are going to talk to you about a special issue that was born out of a session that was hosted in 2021 at IAGLR. But if you take anything from the presentation today and what we talked to you about today, I think the lesson that's conveyed by the Kaswentha or the Turo Wampum really is an important one, because it reminds us of a time when Dutch settlers and Indigenous peoples committed to work together to navigate the waters and work together to deal with some of the major issues that we face in the Great Lakes. It was a commitment of friendship, a treaty of friendship. So the Turo Wampum is shown here, two purple rows representing vessels, the Dutch in a ship, the Haudenosaunee peoples in a canoe, traveling down the river of life together, side by side. It shows two purple rows, which represent the vessels, separated by three white rows. The three rows in the middle are represented by beads, which represent a way of peace, power, respect, and peace. And it said that the two vessels are not intended to steer each other. They represent unique cultures, unique knowledge systems, traveling down that river of life. And we have made a commitment in the past to work together, to share across those spaces, to respect each other's knowledge systems and cultures, and to warn each other of danger. And so to me, I really kind of latched onto this as a kind of a way forward, a commitment that we made and that we want to reaffirm, to work together in a good way. And so that's a lot of what we're going to talk about today is how we do that. And some of that came out of the work we did at IAGLR here in 2021. So I mentioned the session in 2021. The theme of the 2021 meeting really was bridging. So knowledges, 7 generations, and land to lake. And the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation territories, Chippewas and Nawash, Chippewas of Saugeen, the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources, folks from the Center for Indigenous Fisheries, and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission collaborated to host a session entitled Bridging Knowledge Systems Between Indigenous and Non-Indigenous Communities. It was unique among IAGLR sessions and potentially conferences in North America, in that we had 97 Indigenous participants, which was really incredible. 24 presentations that span the globe. And it was held over 3 conference days. So a huge amount of interest and a huge amount of contributions. It was also unique in that we were able to feature Indigenous cultures through ceremony, which was even more remarkable because it wasn't in person. So we all know that trust relationships, it's about the people, right? We need to interact. We need to be in the same room. This was held virtually because of a global pandemic. So it was incredible that folks came together and were able to bring Indigenous culture and ceremony to this virtual session. It was also unique in that we had a panel of folks who spoke about wise practices with over 100 years of collective experience in working both within and between Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge systems. It also was unique in that we featured small breakout groups or talking circles. So small, I mean, what, 6 to 9 people. That's quite different from how we normally operate these kinds of things in big conferences. And it really was an intimate opportunity to share and talk about our experiences in working either within one or the other knowledge systems or working across those knowledge systems, but also to talk about what we have learned, what we want to learn, and where we want to go in the future. So it was forward-looking as well. So all of those things made it quite unique. I think everyone who was there and participated would agree. So much of what we're going to talk about today is kind of a synthesis of what came out of that session. And there were a huge number of people, I should have mentioned at the outset here, a huge number of people who contributed and participated to all of what we're talking about today. And we're going to spend a minute at the end of the presentation to thank them and acknowledge them. But really, there were 4 kind of big, broad key themes that came out of this work. There's a collection of 16 papers plus an intro paper that we'll talk about at the end. And 4 of the key themes that came out in several of those papers and across those relate to wise practices, inclusion and accessibility, languages and culture, and then bridging knowledges. So I'm going to turn it over to my friend Alex, who's going to talk about some of those key things that emerged through the experience, but also the collection of papers that that came out of this work.
Sweet. Thanks, Andrew. For the sake of time, this is going to be fairly quick. I want to keep us on time today. I would highly suggest you check this special issue out. Most of the papers are available online right now, open access, and I believe it'll come out officially July. Sometime in July. So keep your eyes tuned. So as Andrew mentioned, our panel was on wise practices. We had a few folks come and speak, and it was awesome. We learned a lot. They generated some good dialogue, and one of the papers specifically touches on this panel authored by Kate Mussett et al. I'm just going to pass through these. Sorry. They're all in the publications. I would highly suggest, as I said. And this was also a theme that came up in a lot of the talks, two-eyed seeing. So similar to Tua Wampum, this is recognizing that there's different ways of seeing and understanding the world, and using those different ways of seeing and understanding the world together is of great benefit to all. And then, I'll just pass through this. We have some wonderful artwork. I think we should mention that maybe at the beginning, but on the journal there, you can see a picture that was created by one of our students, Nicole Jung, and then another one by a youth from Saugeen First Nation, Kiana Kimawan, which is overlooking the beautiful waters of Georgia Bay from the Niagara Escarpment. This is a list of all of the publications that are part of the special issue, available online. Check it out. It's going to be great. And you want to close us off here? Andrew?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the speed review of what we've got there. I guess just to kind of close out, an email is shown at the bottom here. We purchased a whole bunch of hard copies of this issue, and we want to distribute them to all the communities around the Great Lakes. So shoot an email to that. It's not my email, because my email is a disaster. So that will go to someone who actually can respond and make a connection with you. But please feel free to reach out. And thanks to everybody, especially the participants in that 2021 session. So Miigwech, appreciate your time.
Yes, Miigwech.
Thank you, Alex and Andrew. Yeah, we're really grateful for you both getting up here and sharing, but also sharing your space. So we didn't have time allocated in this morning for a true opening, and Andrew and Alex were really willing to work with us, give us a little bit of room. So thanks for the speed review, and really encourage people to go check out the work itself. We're really lucky to have a colleague like Andrew Muir as an ally and friend in this work. A lot of what we're here to talk about today wouldn't happen without supporters like this. So just wanted to share that. And I also wanted to share that IAGLR has changed a lot over time, and just want to acknowledge that Kat was reminding me just that a few years ago, there was all but 2 talks focused on Indigenous content, Indigenous sessions, and we're already seeing such a huge pivot and an amount of space and contributions that we're really lucky to have with us today. Next, I would like to welcome up Meredith Brown to share her talk. So if we could just cue up those slides, please. Yes, just advance the big green button and that's it. Okay, great.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here today, and I'd like to thank you for the beautiful start to the morning. It was really a great way to start the day. So my name's Meredith Brown, and I'm here with Canadian Geographic. And you may have seen we have a new initiative that we're starting called Binagame. You may have seen the big giant floor map out in the lobby. It's part of our project, and I'm really here to do a lot of listening. I wish I could have been here for that session that you just described from a few years ago, and I'm looking forward to reading those papers. So I'm happy to have been exposed to that. So Binagame really started as a conversation between Canadian Geographic and Swim Drink Fish, which is a charity that works to connect people to water and create monitoring hubs around the Great Lakes and beyond. And we really started thinking about how the Great Lakes maybe wasn't getting enough attention nationally and internationally. And here we are speaking to an amazing room full of people who are concentrated on Great Lakes research. So I recognize I don't have to talk a lot about the Great Lakes here, and everybody here, where I'm already preaching to the converted in terms of like how important the Great Lakes are. But fundamentally, a lot of people don't think that way and know that way. And here in Canada, 30% of our population lives in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed. So it really is key. And as you know, over the years, our governments in the US and Canada have been investing money in the Great Lakes and at different amounts. And so we're really trying to help the general public decision makers understand how important the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River watershed is to everybody. So the initiative Binagame is really a multimedia. So at Canadian Geographic, we excel when it comes to cartography, mapping, and also storytelling. And the great thing is we have a really wide audience. So between our magazine and our videos and our education programs, we reach over 4 million people a month. So we have an opportunity to really reach a wide audience with our publications and our videos, and that's an important part of Binagame, which will be multimedia. So I'll talk a little bit more about the different layers that will be involved in terms of education and the mapping and some of the storytellings. And I really want to emphasize too that we're focusing on the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed. Sometimes the St. Lawrence gets a little bit forgotten. I spent about 15 or more years of my career on the Ottawa River as the Ottawa River Keeper, and often that river, even though it's the largest tributary of the St. Lawrence River, and when you look at the map, you can see how important the northern part of the watershed is. Often that St. Lawrence gets forgotten, and of course, we know how important it is and significant it is. I also want to emphasize that I love to be going this concept of learning to see as others sees is a really important part of what we want to do with Binagame. So We are grounded in Indigenous knowledge of the Great Lakes region, and we're looking to knowledge keepers, Indigenous nations, Indigenous peoples to help us with that two-eyed seeing approach and the stories that we tell. So that's a really important part of our project. We're putting our team together too. We have Indigenous educators on our team. I've just hired a Mohawk woman from Tyendinaga. We have Indigenous filmmakers. So it really is important for us to be grounded in that knowledge. And I'm about to show a little bit of a video about how our name was gifted to us and the elders and knowledge keepers who were involved in the early days of coming together to figure out how this project should be, what we could name it. And let's see if this works here. I've got a video. Cute.
Without water, we will not survive.
There's just no way to bring it back if we lose it.
Without water, we will not survive.
There's just no way to bring it back if we lose it.
When it's clear, like a see-through type of clean water, it's Binagame. Coming from Binagot. Binagame is another part of a word which means the state of a liquid. Binagot is something that's clean. The opposite is Weednagot. Weednagot is not clean. We want to stay away from that with our water. We have it. Creator gave us it for us to sustain ourselves. Everybody is responsible for looking after Binagame.
We want to make sure that future generations will have the same clear, clean water that we have.
So we're not only looking after water just for ourselves to benefit, it's for everything. The animals depend on the water. The plants depend on water. We all depend on water.
The trees that we're sitting under depend on water. It's all a cycle of nature that we need to protect.
The water, if it's destroyed, what's it going to do to everything that grows on Mother Earth? What's it going to do? We want to make sure that water is safe, that water is clean, Binagame. So it benefits everything on this earth, not just ourselves.
So nice to hear the sound of the water. So I mentioned that we're Indigenous guided and working to build out our team. We're our advisor, Patrick Madabe, from Manitoulin Island. He was the former Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, has been really key person on our team. And right now we're working on building, already our language is changing from Indigenous Leadership Circle to the Sacred Circle. And of course, as you know, but many people don't know, is that there's over 200 nations and tribes in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed. So we really want to make sure we have a good representation and we're guided and the alliance and strength is an important piece, because I think one of the things that we really want to do, and I know that there's all kinds of networks out there and great organizations doing work, and I think we're really stronger together, and the two-eyed seeing approach, I think, will be really helpful for the future. So our program, the initiative launched in ceremony on the Niagara River at the Great Lakes Public Forum in the fall. And we had a beautiful water ceremony. People brought water from all over. And this is just a couple of pictures from the ceremony. So I wanted to just quickly go over some of our goals for the project. So first and foremost is this concept of reframing, and I shouldn't just say Canadians, because I know there's a lot of Americans in the room as well, but reframing that perception of water and aligning it more closely with Indigenous worldview and in terms of like our relationship with water. And that's a really important piece, because I think I'm in so many different conversations and boardrooms and hearing people talk about water as a resource or a commodity is never going to get us to where we need to be. We really do need to have some paradigm shift. And I think this is one of the most important ones, is how we relate to water and how we think about water. So that's really one big goal of our project, to help change people's way of thinking. We'd really like to, again, help people understand the sovereign First Nations and tribes within the watershed. We often hear, I sit on the, I've recently been appointed to the Great Lakes Water Quality Board and at the International Joint Commission, and you often hear about two nations, a bi-nation approach. Well, it needs to be a multi-nation approach. And so that's a really important piece that we want to bring forward with Binagame. We want to ignite curiosity and inspire action. And so we have a big education component of the project. We have a whole education team at Canadian Geographic. We're going to be shipping these big maps and lesson plans across school. But once we get people curious and excited and you get the goosebumps, we want them to recognize their shared responsibility and do something. And it doesn't matter where you live, where you work, there's always something you can do. So we really want to help inspire. Once we inspire, help people go that next step to take actions. Building collaborative partnerships within the watershed is an important piece of what we want to do, and growing and building that Great Lakes community. So on our digital hub, we'll be showcasing and featuring different organizations, initiatives, groups, projects that work within the watershed and helping people connect to all of those good people doing good work. And then finding that kind of common goal of what we can do together. One of the things that I find is really exciting is this concept of rights of water, legal personhood for rivers. And it's exciting that there's alliance growing around the St. Lawrence River for the legal personhood of the St. Lawrence River. And then the Anishinaabe Nation is bringing forward this concept of an environmental Great Lakes Bill of Rights. And I think that could be a potential goal that we could really all get behind for the Great Lakes watershed. And it could be so powerful with such a big collaboration from all around the watershed, U.S. tribes included. We want people to fall in love with the Great Lakes St. Lawrence River because people protect what they love. And that's an important piece. And that's what I think storytelling can really help do, and restoring healthy connections. So we talk about restoration, and often we talk about restoration of rivers or lands, but we want to talk about restoration of relationships as well. And then really overall, we want to help situate the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed and water in the central part of everybody's decision-making. So again, everybody has a role to play in thinking about water. So here's an image of the map, and you can see it doesn't do it justice when you're actually on the floor map. It's so much more amazing, but I don't have to tell everybody all the stats about the Great Lakes because you know, but I do want to point out that the map that we've created right now, we call it our base map, our prototype, because we're working on improving it and adding more data and more information to the map. So one of the questions that I'm asking everybody I can get on the map, and I hope everybody will come and talk with me later today, is if you have a captive audience, imagine whether it's a school group or at an exhibit, and you have a captive audience about the Great Lakes St. Lawrence, what is the key message that you'd like them to walk away with? And that's the kind of information and data and stories we want to put on the map to help bring forward that, like, what are those nuggets that we want people to think about and know about and keep in their hearts and keep in their decision-making. So the map is getting a lot of attention, and aside from the big giant floor maps that will be going into schools, we're looking at producing a nice big wall map. So stay tuned, there's more to come. On top of the map, there will be augmented reality stories that we embed into the map. So with an app, you can walk on that app on the map and stories will come up. So the first story that will greet you on the map is the story of the water walkers. We've already completed that. We're working with a media team called Avara. And those stories that will be coming up in AR are going to be Indigenous guided stories. I'm working with Don Martin Hill, who probably a lot of you know, and the Six Nations of the Grand would like to tell the Peacemaker's Journey story. So we're open to stories that people want to tell on this map. And it will, but embedded will be, again, this two-eyed seeing approach. So there will be stories about researchers from non-Indigenous people as well as Indigenous people. So it will be definitely a two-eyed approach. So the educator resources will be these giant floor maps, and we're developing curriculum that goes into with the map. So schools will be able to ask for the maps, we'll ship them out, and with the maps will come the AR stories as well as curriculum-based lesson plans. So we have Indigenous educators working with us on the lesson plans as well. And ideally, like, these maps will be able to reach schools all throughout the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed and even beyond. So we have a great team at Canadian Geographic that can get these out and about. We have an amazing network of schools, 30,000 schools. And in addition, we're going to make it online. So it's coming soon. Right now, we have a website that's a bit of a placeholder. You can see the video, but come mid to late June, we're digitizing the map. It will be online. Stories, we're going to be creating content that will be consistently coming about people, place, wildlife. So there's going to be a lot of rich information online and ability to kind of interact again and highlight everybody's great work. So just wrapping up, people are often asking us where we're at in the process. We're kind of in this first year, getting towards the end of this first year where we're developing assets, and we had our launch, and I'm building the team, as I mentioned. Now we're at the point where we're doing outreach and engagement. We're getting into community with that map. How do you want to see yourself reflected on the map? What have we got wrong? We have all the Indigenous languages on the map. We have, we've already been getting lots of feedback. So we're here to collect feedback and hear your ideas. It will be in 2024 when we roll out the education program, and we start to get the maps and the stories and the lesson plans into the schools. But all this time we'll be generating content, stories that will be written stories through our Canadian Geographic magazine. They'll be digitally produced, and there'll be videos as well. So we've got some amazing storytellers on our team, and we'll be looking forward to sharing stories as we go and as we develop our education content. So that's really a very short glimpse of this really ambitious, large project that we're super excited to work on. Please come and see us. And we've got the ability to record people, so I don't lose like threads of stories. If you think there's some stories you'd like us to take a deep dive on, whether it's your research or a project you're working on in your community, we'd love to hear about it. And really, I'm here. I'd love to hear all your ideas for how we can really help elevate people's understanding of water and of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence watershed. So miigwech, thank you.
So I just want to remind the online community to please feel free to share questions, comments in the chat. We'll do our best to bring them to the speakers. We're going to ask that folks hold on to their questions for the first two sessions and hopefully find the speakers during the break and have some exchanges there. And because Meredith helped us bring a little focus towards maps, I just wanted to acknowledge that this work here is by our colleague Nicole Marie Burton and is part of an initiative that we have going that we'll hear more about later today. But we're really grateful to think about the way that we represent these spaces, because it really reflects kind of our relationships to these waters. So thanks so much. I'm going to pass the chairing baton over to my colleague Clint here.
Morning, folks. One suggestion for Meredith is just let's include space for Wawiatanang, the heart of the Great Lakes, Lake St. Clair. I also want to just welcome our next presenter, Sandra. She's going to be talking about bridging Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge systems for the sustainable management of African freshwaters. So everybody welcome Sandra, please.
All right. Bonjour, Annie. I'm Sandra, and I'm really happy to be here. I was not expecting to speak in such a big room, so it's definitely a bit intimidating. But I'm very grateful to be here and grateful to the associate editors of the special issue who welcome different perspectives from all around the world. And so this study is actually part of this special issue on bridging Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge systems. And my colleagues and I don't see actually one of them here, but he's here at the conference, Alfred Acheng. He's here on the picture. We are very happy to bring an African perspective to this conversation. So I'd like to also acknowledge where I'm coming from, where I am now and where I'm coming from. So we're currently here in Ontario. I specifically live in Peterborough, Nogojiwanang. And I've been in Canada for 9 years, but I'm an immigrant. And so I'm originally from multiple places. I was born in France, and then I am also from Tunisia on my mom's side. So Tunisia and France on my mom's side, and then Côte d'Ivoire on my dad's side. And this is one of the places we're going to be talking about today. I've also lived in Kenya, which is why I've felt very appealed to or drawn to work on the African Great Lakes, being from the continent and having also lived in one of the countries that host them. And then I lived in Washington, DC in the US, and I came here in Canada. So I've had the privilege to live in different places and work with people from different cultures. So the whole idea of being a bridge and promoting bridges is really important to me and really core to who I am. So as we know, Africa has been colonized for many, many years. And all countries except for Ethiopia really have been colonized by countries all over in Europe. And so while indigenous knowledge systems have been present on the continent for time immemorial and are still prevalent now, the colonization legacy is really present nowadays in the governance, education, and research landscapes in those countries. And what's interesting about the African continent is that we are ourselves colonized still, and we are in this process of decolonizing ourselves. And so we're cohabiting between the inherited colonial Western frameworks and our own indigenous knowledge systems. So these knowledge systems have been really important in shaping the way we relate with the land, of course, the waters, and also the way we manage those resources because of the deep cultural and spiritual relationships that people had with those spaces. So in our study, we wanted to first acknowledge the existence of those knowledge systems, and then to look at how we can look forward and get inspired by our brothers and sisters here in North America to develop frameworks that are appropriate to the African continent to bridge those different knowledge systems. So first, we wanted to describe the cultural and spiritual relationships that communities have had in the conservation and resource management of freshwater systems in both East and West Africa. Identify the challenges that these indigenous knowledge systems have or are facing within the Western framework, and propose best practices in research and management that combine indigenous and non-indigenous knowledge systems. So our first section, I'm going to look into a few of the examples that we have. There's thousands of communities in Africa. It's a large continent. And so we could talk about different knowledge systems for a very long time, but we tried to focus just on a few examples in West and East Africa. So for example, in East Africa, specifically in Lake Victoria, since we're in an IAGLR conference, the fisheries have been managed, for example, by the Luo community. And so they had several cultural practices that ruled how they would go about the fisheries. So you had closed seasons, for example, that would allow juvenile fish to continue to develop so that there wouldn't be over-harvesting of younger fish. There would be rules about how you would go into the boat and start fishing. You wouldn't be allowed to have bathed in soap before or smell like lemon, with the idea that actually that would be chasing away the fish. When starting fishing, the people who would be in the boat, the boat leader would have to sacrifice the first fish that they caught to the god of the water, the Moasi. And so all these different practices allowed them to basically sustainably manage their fisheries and fish. Another aspect, again, in East Africa, in the Nyando River Basin, which is in the Lake Victoria watershed, is the way people would conserve wetlands and how they would use cues in the environment as early weather warning signals. With regards to the wetlands, they were considered sacred, and they were considered as purifying spaces. So people would go there and take bath after several events in their life. For example, lactating mothers would go there, especially if they had a fight, they had to go there and bathe there first before they would suckle their kid, because it was believed to have cleansing properties. There would be also many resources used, for example, the papyrus, and they would be dipped into medicine and then put all around farmland so that it would protect the farm. And then when it comes to early warning weather signals, things like, for example, a swallow species that would be flying in the sky, when people would be noticing that, they would assume that the rain was coming. Or, for example, if there was an absence of frogs around the wetland, then that would mean that there would be a dry season. So these cues allow them to predict what the weather would be and to prepare for that and to adapt to all these different changes. With regards to the wider watershed management, watershed, of course, includes also forest and also farm, because people would use the fertile lands to farm. The Marakwet and Ogiek communities use different strategies to make sure that the different users of water points would follow specific rules to access those water points. So livestock had a specific time where they could access the water points, and then humans, etc. There would be also sacred forest and specific tree species that, couldn't be harvested. There were rules around how to touch trees and how to cut them or not cut them. And then, yeah, that's some of the ideas with regards to watershed management. And then when we go to West Africa, it's also the case in East Africa, but something that's really prevalent is the deep spiritual relationships with the water. So people believed in the presence of spirits in the water that were intermediaries between them and then the supreme creator. And so whenever interacting with those waters, they had to interact with those spirits, and sometimes it could be benevolent, sometimes it could be malevolent. Some families could create alliances with those spirits, and that would promote abundant fisheries. But sometimes if they were not perhaps following specific sacrifices or offerings, then the spirits could be malevolent and impact negatively their fisheries. On top of the spiritual genies that were existing in those waters, you also had specific animals that were considered sacred. So the crocodile, for example, in the Bojo community is considered as the intermediary also between the people and the supreme creator. So that would be the one animal that would be governing and ruling over the specific principles that people had to follow. Another one that is really prevalent is the catfish. So in the Akan Meta community, this is where I'm from, the catfish is also revered. And so, you're not allowed to farm around streams where you have catfish, and you have sometimes to have some offerings, and you're not allowed to fish either the catfish. When thinking about the spiritual genies, you can see this culture here who represents Mamiwata. Mamiwata is really well known in West Africa. She is, it's actually a different version of the word mother water. And so she's considered as a mermaid and also as a snake charmer, mostly in seas, but also in freshwater ecosystems. And so she is also both malevolent and benevolent, and depending on how people relate with her, she can have quite an impact on people's lives and families. There's, as I mentioned, there's rules around how you relate with the water, but there's also taboos and rituals that have to be followed. So, what you're wearing, for example, when you're entering a boat. In East Africa, often it would be taboo for women actually to access boats. So women wouldn't be involved in the fishing part of the fisheries endeavor. But all these different rituals actually led to a plethora of techniques and tools that have been developed to gear towards what we want to catch, when do we want to catch it, in which season. And that's the case in both West and Central Africa, but also in East Africa. One example of something that was used was these pond fishing, where essentially after the dry season, the water that would be left in these little holes would be removed, and that's where all the fish would have been trapped. And so that's how people would then be able to harvest those fish. So that was a really important activity that would gather people from all ages and genders and allow them to do this communal harvest of fish. And that really relied on a really precise relationship with the spirits, the clan leader, and specific animals in the land and in the water that would indicate them where to find those ponds and when to access them. Now, these indigenous knowledge systems, as I said, are still existing and really still prevalent in rural communities, but they are eroding. And not only they're eroding, but they also have been evolving in Western frameworks since colonizations. And so sometimes they cohabit, sometimes they conflict, and sometimes they've been evolving together. So we've drawn two case studies to illustrate that. The first one is in West Africa and Côte d'Ivoire, looking back at an initiative led by the government of Côte d'Ivoire that aimed at increasing the bovine production and people's participation in the fisheries. And so they built these small dams in different parts of northern Côte d'Ivoire to allow people to fish, but also to have cattle all around that could rely on the water for drinking. But the thing is that they built those dams, they didn't really consult the population, and they disregarded the governing system that was already in place in those communities. And so they built those dams, and then they decided that specific young people would be responsible to manage those dams. But that was going against the governance system that was in place in those communities. It created also a void in terms of the ownership of those dams, because they were part of the water, but for people, the water was an extension of their land, but that dam was not built by them. So who was responsible for that dam, or who owned that dam was the question. And then because people who did the fisheries there were often from outside of the country, from different communities, they were considered non-Indigenous. There were also conflicts between those people who would come fishing, the pastoralists, and then the farmers. And so all these different dynamics led to conflicts over resources, and then really restricted access to those resources for specific individuals. And so that's one example of when initiatives are done and that don't combine both the indigenous knowledge systems and ways of being and the current one in place, which is very Western oriented. Very quickly, this is another one in East Africa, transactional sex for fish. Unfortunately, because of resource scarcity and a gendered economy, there's been this practice where women who are often the ones who sell the fish have to offer sexual services in exchange for fish, preferential fish access. And so that has led to the erosion of traditional values because of the way these people were operating before and how they've had to get involved in these practices because of this cash economy that they've found themselves in. And so getting to the point to bridging Indigenous knowledge and non-Indigenous knowledge, we want to acknowledge the importance of going beyond community inclusion. There has been a research that's been done by foreign researchers or by people already within the continent that have been using cultural sensitive practices, but we want to go beyond that. And so I'm gonna skip this one to get to this part, which is our call to using a knowledge co-production approach, which is really to value both Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge systems and to involve communities from the onset of the design of the studies and really co-develop those projects together and have it as a reciprocal relationship that's really mutually beneficial, and not just have them or integrate, quote unquote, their knowledge into existing Western scientific frameworks. So we think it'd be really valuable to develop this framework within an African context that has both a bottom-up and top-down approach, where, from the bottom, researchers already engaging with those communities and understand the importance of building those relationships early on and having them go together during the research endeavor, but also top-down institutions, governments that really promote and support researchers and educators to engage in that knowledge co-production system or approach. With that, miigwech and sante sana, and I hope you keep enjoying this wonderful conference and session.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, we're going to present our presenter is Janessa, a friend and member of Keshenon. She's going to be talking about salmon stewardship and protecting Indigenous livelihoods in southwestern Alaska. Everyone, welcome Janessa.
Anin, everyone. Janessa Skible Nadishnikas, Wawiyatanang Nindojaba, Ajijak Dodem. My name is Janessa Skible, and today I'm joining you from Alaska, but I'm originally from Detroit, also known as Wawiyatanang Crane Clan, and also a member of Wapo Island. And today I wanted to share a little bit of my methodological reflections with you all on a project that I'm working on as a PhD candidate, also referred to as Indigenizing Salmon Science and Management. I'm a Demumta Fellow through University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I also work with Arut Sagalkamut Native Council, which is the tribal governing body of Mumtagithluk, which is referred to as Bethel. My research is funded by National Science Foundation, and I'm also just really grateful for my nation and UAF to provide me with funding to be here, listen, to learn, and to share with you all. How do I do the next slide? Sorry. The green one, thanks. Okay. So the main project goal is really to document the breadth and depth of Indigenous knowledge systems, values, stewardship practices, governance mechanisms, all pertaining to salmon. And our main project guiding question in the Kuskokwim region, which is predominantly inhabited by Yupik and Athabascan peoples, but also non-native individuals as well, are what are the Yupik and Athabascan values, knowledge management, and governance mechanisms that are not only going to improve the long-term sustainability, but also the equity of Alaska salmon systems for the benefit of everyone. So I know many of us are connected to the Great Lakes here, as am I. And so I hope that these contributions you all can learn from too. And so one of the main catalyst of this work is Alaska Native people have stewarded the lands for over 12,000 years, yet they have been marginalized. Subsistence ways of life criminalized in these systems. And this, coupled with the poor multi-species salmon declines and returns to the Kuskokwim and the Yukon River, have really served as catalyst for this work. So we have an awesome, huge team We're primarily led by Dr. Jessica Black in the middle and Dr. Courtney Carruthers to her left. These are the main PIs. So we have many Native and non-Native allies carrying out this work, leading this work across the state of Alaska. We also have many advisors. So this was at a writing retreat. Elder Mike Williams from the Kuskokwim, Freddie Christensen to his right. These are a couple of our elder advisors, but there are many more working for their tribal governments, younger leaders working for Native entities, again, throughout the state. And so this is Indigenous Peoples and Languages of Alaska map. So I just wanted to orient you all to the work that I'll be speaking to today. Is primarily conducted in the central Yupik region. So that's where I've lived, had the honor to live and spend most of my time in Alaska in Bethel. And our work also extends up to the upper Kuskokwim, which is just in that, it's like darker or lighter orange. But just a little over a year ago, my family and I, we moved to Taslina in Atna country, just a bit more interior in the red. I really like this quote from Sean Wilson, where he speaks to the knowledge as part of the relationships between us and cannot be owned. I wouldn't be here today without my team, without all of these individuals listed here, many of whom are Alaska Native fishers, from youth to elders from the Kuskokwim Bay up to the headwaters of the Kuskokwim River, who have contributed and shared their time, their knowledge and wisdom, and who have and continue to shape this work in many ways. I decided to shift gears. As you may know, I'm not really presenting on what was in my abstract. I wanted to present on some of the methodological reflections because I was just in community. And so it was kind of fresh to me, and I had learned some things as I was spending time in community that I thought I would share instead. And so when I first talked with Jessica and Courtney about this project, I had been working for ONC as a fisheries biologist, so leading their tribal fisheries program for a couple years. And I had knew at that time that like this project was timely. Some of the thoughts behind this work aligned very well with the tribe's mission. And so they came out, and the tribal council joined this circle dialogue. We had the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, who's a co-management intertribal entity. They were a part of the conversation. It was very, very open, and this took place back in the fall of 2018. So like the pilot phase of this project consisted of several of these dialogues occurring around the state. And this is just one part of a component of the project that emerged in the Kuskokwim. And the nature of these conversations is, what does indigenizing salmon science and management look like to you and your community? What do you want to see for your people, for salmon in the future? You know, how does this work, or how can this work align and support and advance your visions, your goals for your community? So not only was this built on relations that were well established, you know, I had the opportunity and privilege to spend a lot of time at fish camps doing subsistence harvest surveys. And so that's where some of the relations were built. We of course shared food with people throughout this process. And shortly after this dialogue, the council met and they decided, you know, we want to join this project. We want to lead this work in our region. And they not only helped shape the objectives, they helped identify and narrow down which questions we should be asking community members and who we should be reaching out to. So who are the knowledge holders that we should be inviting to join on in this project to participate? As I mentioned, our approaches are primarily Indigenous-led. We do have non-Native allies also carrying out this work. All of this work is grounded and built on deep relations, spending time in community, respect, reciprocity, relevance, redistribution, responsibility. And that's something that I've continued to come back to and think about, is what is our responsibility to these communities that we're engaging with in this work and to the relations that we've built. As I mentioned, we facilitated many circle dialogues. And while semi-directed interviews are more of like a Western qualitative approach, we did incorporate like a multi-generational component. And that as you can see here, we spent time with families, including several generations. The bottom right is the Venus Hoffman family, and then the top right is the Hoffman family. I think that was 3 generations on the top and 5 on the bottom. And so in these spaces, intergenerational learning occurred. Connection was facilitated as family members learned from and added to each other's sharings. So it was really special to see that. Some of the questions were more open-ended, like, how did you grow up? What are your connections to salmon? What do you wish fish managers knew about your community? What concerns do you have about salmon management? These are kind of the nature of the questions that were asked. And then we also attended fisheries regulatory meetings. So part of this work also includes building relations and engaging management, because that's an important piece in this work. And so this is a map of the region. So as I mentioned, we conducted this work from Congiganak and Guinahak, which are Kuskokwim Bay communities, all the way up to the headwater community of McGrath at the very top there. Thus far, we've conducted 28 semi-directed interviews. So we're kind of finishing out this work for the Kuskokwim region. Most of the interviews were conducted in English by myself, by Avery Hoffman, who's here at the top. He's at this is an anti-No Donlin gold mine protest that he was participating in. He's from the region. Destiny Ropati on the bottom right helped with this work. And we also used family relations. That's Destiny with her uncle, Nicholas David. So she had the ability to go back to her community as part of this work. And then my friend Jackie Cleveland, she's on the council. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to bring my son. So she not only translated, facilitated the interviews, but she also helped care for my baby so I could conduct some of the work. So I'm really grateful for her. And in the Kuskokwim Bay and Lower Kuskokwim, Yukdun is still a really strong language that's spoken. And so we most certainly had to make sure that we had translators and were able to do the interviews in Yukdun as well as in English. All knowledge holders were honored with gifts, with honorariums, with food. Although I will say that when we were looking at doing this type of work in another region, that monetary honorariums were not accepted. And so just being mindful of that when we're going and doing work with communities, what is the best way to honor and respect people who are contributing to this work? And these interviews were conducted over the course of several years, stopping during the pandemic. And as I mentioned, I just recently conducted some interviews with state and federal managers the past couple of months. So these are the community visits that myself and Destiny, we just went out to communities last month, and we were only able to make it to 3 of the 5. We'll be going back to communities later this year. But in these visits, we talked about the community summaries. So these were, and I'm happy to share these if anyone's interested in seeing them, but the community summaries were the first products that were created to give back to communities, summarizing what was shared. So bringing data back to the community. They were very simple. Our whole team reviewed them. There were probably 2 to 4 pages, a lot of pictures from visits, a lot of quotes and then we would further elaborate on the key sharings through quotes. So uplifting voices from the river. And they again were in English and Yukdun. So we had the opportunity to ask community members face to face, do you have any concerns with these summaries? Do we need to, what more do we need to do? Asking them about their quotes and excerpts that came from the transcript. So I did some more the qualitative coding. So associating different key themes and codes with different sharing. So asking them, do you feel like you're adequately represented? Are there other themes and codes that we should be using? So these types of questions. And our team and I are working on a special collection of manuscript, and the focus is really to uplift and elevate Alaska Native voices around stewardship and governance in this academic space. So speaking to community members, knowledge holders about this, we have many local co-authors on this work, including Yupik Youth, asking them if they want to be acknowledged by name. So often we see, and for good reasons too, people might be anonymous, they might use pseudonyms, but many people actually want to be associated with their quote, with their excerpt, and acknowledged by name. So giving them the space to make that decision themselves. And so garnering additional consent, and then just asking, what are ways we can give back beyond this work? Because that's what I really learned, and I'll speak to in the last slide here from these community visits, that this isn't it, and this isn't enough. A publication or finishing the project, showing up in management meetings, and so asking them of ways that we can support their community beyond this project. here, just a few pictures from some of the community visits, sharing music, visiting with old friends, building new relations, spending time at fish camp. And this is my last slide. I just wanted to reflect on the fact that this work for many years was community-led, and it transitioned to more community engaged when I moved, because the tribe is a bit short-staffed and just didn't have the capacity to carry out the work. So I'm still like a student, but I'm also a contractor with the tribe, and we're trying to support them in ways we can so that this work is community-led again, because I think that's really important. I think it's important. Like, I live now a flight, several hour drive away with my son. It's very difficult to travel back, and I'm not seeing people in community like I used to. Like, I'm not on the river all the time like I used to, seeing people in the grocery store, at community events. And so that's one thing that I do feel is really important, is when doing community work, trying to have leaders, like I mentioned, doing this work in their home region would be ideal. And travel in rural Alaska can be difficult, lots of flights, lots of travel delays, things of that nature. And also reflecting on some of the really difficult conversations, I wanted to highlight that too. There are literally multi-salmon species declines going on in these Kuskokwim and Yukon River, and communities are in crises. I mean, when we're in communities, they're asking, why are we being discriminated against? You know, why can't I go to fish camp? It's why can't I feed my family? So very heavy, emotional, difficult conversations. Why aren't the managers listening to us? So the nature of these conversations can be heavy. And I think I'm always just still navigating how to respond to this, and how to properly elevate these voices, and in what spaces, how to continue doing good work and being accountable to the communities who are sharing so openly with us. And also navigating community losses. This spring, sadly, there's been a lot of loss in communities, a lot of community members passing on, and really leaning in and looking to communities to guide us and tell us when in and when isn't a good time. Like, one of our community visits just recently was postponed because they had an elder pass away. And so, of course, like, you all know this already probably, but to look for the tribal governance and other leadership for guidance. And then the last point I wanted to speak to is, again, just thinking to how are we giving back in this work? And for me, this whole process so far has been transformative, and knowing that, like myself and our whole team, we're prepared to stand with communities to support tribal governance systems, tribal sovereignty. What we're seeing in Alaska is the potential of erasure of Indigenous food systems, food injustice, and it's very concerning. And so I'm realizing, like, just me, my team is probably already there, but that I need to start showing up in political arenas, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, Board of Fish, providing testimony. This is qualitative data that we're collecting, you know, elevating that in these spaces and pushing back in any way we can to support Indigenous livelihoods and subsistence ways of life. And so with that, miigwech, kuyanan, thank you for listening.
We do have time for questions. Anybody have questions?
Hi, thank you for your talk. I actually don't really have a question as much as a comment, that I just love that you shared that you brought your child with you and how that was made possible for you through a relationship. And it's something I'm going to take home and think about how I can offer that when I'm working with others. So thank you.
Thanks.
Question in the back.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It was really beautiful. I wanted to ask, what are your next steps? Like, what are your next steps?
Sorry, there's a question here too.
Thank you. Well, next steps are, so I did some interviews with managers and the goal in doing this work and sitting down and connecting with managers is to identify opportunities, barriers for Alaska Native inclusion in these systems, so research, management, and also to identify strategies, solutions to improve salmon management. So I have to analyze that, those interviews and then bring it all together and working on writing that up for the fall and hopefully finishing my degree next year and finishing up this project, visiting back with communities.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sorry if you covered this and I missed it, but I was wondering if you could go into detail about where the interviews took place. Were they in people's homes? And were you out in natural areas at all with them as well while speaking with them, and kind of the situation in which you were speaking with the individuals?
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't speak to that. The interviews took place in people's homes, sometimes at the tribal council meetings. Yeah, I think that's maybe the tribal council offices. Mostly that. I think the relations were built outside of those spaces, like at fish camp or on the river or on the tundra or just in community gatherings. But that's mostly where the interviews took place.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you speak to some of your observations perhaps on the potential for loss of generational knowledge through the family? You had referred to as elders are passing on. How has Western influences of products and technology and other exposures affected the passing of knowledge among family members within communities?
So that was spoken to a bit. We heard from some of our elders regarding some of their concerns about technology and people being more on the phones and there being more distractions in today's society. But I think that like big picture and like what's mostly been shared is it's really related to the regulations, salmon declines, people not being able to go to fish camp. For example, a woman I visited with in April, she shared that her mother was telling her that this experience of not being able to go to fish camp reminds her of when she was told at the BIA boarding school she couldn't speak her language, like a significant loss, and that her son doesn't know anything. He's 16, he's never been to fish camp. And her question is, how are we going to get this knowledge back? Like it's that being able to fish and go out to fish camp is so connected to their identity. And with the salmon declines and the regulations, people are literally, I mean, these livelihoods are being threatened. And so I think technology is just one piece. Yeah.
We've got a question from online, and I know we're at time for break, but I thought I'd bring it forward and then we can pivot. You mentioned, this is from Cosette, you mentioned having Indigenous representation at board meetings and showing up. Do you think there's a lack of protocol beginning in the traditionally Western research that would affect policymaking at a government level? How do you envision Indigenous involvement at these levels? Should we address standards of practice with Indigenous involvement, consent, and participation in the research and therefore policy making space decisions? Miigwech, Walalan, I should expand on lack of protocol as a lack of protocol or standard of practice on presenting research, proposals to communities, seeking consent, providing opportunities to participate, etc.
Thank you. I'm just reading that question. Do you think there's a lack of protocol beginning in traditionally Western research that would affect policymaking at a government level? So I guess on our side, I'm doing this work in the US, there are guidelines for tribal consultation. I don't know if that's what she's referring to, like federal tribal consultation. The state, I'm coming to learn and know that There are no requirements for tribal consultation, so there's very big differences in that. And I will say that the communities we worked with, none of them actually have IRB, like their own IRBs. And so the way in which we did this work, it really was coming from the guidance of ONC's council and our team who had been doing this work across the state. And I know that many of the councils want to develop these IRBs, it's just the capacity is not there yet.
Thank you, everyone. We're gonna take a break. Thanks, Vanessa. We're gonna put it back in the time. We have a good time at the end. We'll be back at 9:40.
What? Perfect. All right, if I could get everyone's attention, we're just about to begin here. Our first talk of this next session after the break, I'd like to invite Mary Claire Buell and Barbara Wall up to the stage.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I'm Mary Claire Buell. I'm a research associate with the Indigenous Environmental Institute. I grew up in Ngojuan, Peterborough. My family is mostly Italian and Irish descent, but I'm so grateful to call Ngojuan home. I'm a mother of two as well, and you'll hear from Ruth, who works for my company that I founded called Collective Environmental. So that's like a short bio on me, and I'll pass it over to Barb.
Bonjour, Anin, Mukchuwinkwe, Ndejnakaswa, Washkesh, Dodem, Bodwe Wadmi, Anishinaabe Kwe, meanwhile, Wimtagoji Kwe and Dao. Shishi Bani Akdeben Dagwis, Shawnee, Oklahoma. So my Anishinaabe name is Mukchuwinkwe, and it relates to water as it's bubbling up from the ground, and it guides me in the work that I do in protecting and speaking up for the waters of the Great Lakes. My English name is Barbara Wall. I'm on the faculty of the Channy Winjack School at Trenton University, specifically in the Indigenous Environmental Studies and Sciences program, where we work within multiple frameworks to bring Indigenous knowledge and Western knowledge systems together. We're figuring this out as we go, as you can tell by deer in the headlights look on my face. I want to introduce the other members of our team at the Indigenous Environmental Institute, which is part of the IESS program at Trent. So you see Mary Claire and myself here as we're the co-leads on phase 2 of this project that we're working on for GLOS and the Smart Great Lakes. We have within our team, we're working like all of us in our communities to build capacity. So an undergraduate student, Logan Lazor from Akwesasne, is on our team, as well as a master's of sustainability studies student, Emma Peary.
And postdoctoral fellow.
Oh, yes, and postdoctoral fellow Marcia Serville.
And just to sort of mention our team and what we're working towards, a few years ago, GLOS reached out to have me participate in this Smart Great Lakes initiative, which is really about leveraging technology as we start to understand the Great Lakes. And Shelby, who's here today, will talk a lot about that in the next talk, so I won't get into it. But what was notably absent, you know, we've even had a speaker mention this sort of binational approach, but this is a really multinational context. And so this initiative that we're going to talk about today is, you know, how do we bring that forward equitably, Indigenous voices forward, and what would a Smart Great Lakes initiative look like if it was Indigenous-led, or a network that's Indigenous-led, focus on thinking about the Great Lakes
and doing research in the Great Lakes. But before I dive into that, we're going to sort of just talk a little bit about that multinational context.
And really, there's been a lot of maps presented already, and we have got some more maps in our following slides, but really wanted to include this map with Anishinaabe-Moan place names within the Great Lakes as kind of beginning to shift that perspective from settler colonist perspectives to including Indigenous voices and Indigenous languages.
And another map, these are the treaty maps. And we're, you know, again, that binational, the 1909 treaty, a lot of people bring up, we put a lot of salary dollars into supporting and other resources into making sure that we hold up that treaty. But there are many nations associated with many treaties around the Great Lakes that we need to acknowledge and make sure the right resources go into honoring those treaties and those relations. I have no idea how this is. There we go. So that's what this project is about, is sort of thinking towards an Indigenous-led Smart Great Lakes initiative, whether that be a parallel initiative or converging with what Shelby's going to talk about, the Smart Great Lakes initiative that's just been sort of launched. And so this is all supported by the Great Lakes Observing System, this project, but run independently by the Indigenous Environmental Institute at Trent.
Lots of talking about treaties, and Mary Claire mentioned the 1909 Boundary Waters Treaty, right, between Canada and the US, but we want to take you back and change that perspective to and include this longstanding treaty between Indigenous peoples of the Great Lakes Basin of the dish with one spoon, and to recognize that the dish that's represented or symbolized in this wampum is the Great Lakes Basin and St. Lawrence River watershed. And that one spoon is a metaphor for how we as Indigenous peoples and Indigenous communities and all of the other beings of creation and settler colonists are all using one spoon to access water and sustain all life. And it's a really important concept and philosophical foundation of Indigenous perspectives with our relationship to the land and our responsibilities to the land and the waters.
And I think you've seen this image already. So looking at these wampum belts as also teachers and ways of moving forward, perhaps the two-row wampum belt can also sort of instruct how we move forward with this Smart Great Lakes initiative and Indigenous-led Smart Great Lakes initiative, sort of in parallel in the spirit of friendship, peace, and respect. And so to really do that, we wanted to first understand what's going on in the Great Lakes, what's being led by Indigenous nations and Indigenous organizations. And so we did a phase 1 last year that really looked at all the gray, well, we tried to look at all the gray literature. We did also peer-reviewed literature. But of course, you know, what you get, what's published out there might not be what's actually happening or what the priorities are. So we also did surveys and interviews with Indigenous representatives from many nations around the Great Lakes. And we learned from that a number of things, and we have put out a document that we shared with all the nations who participated and have tried to make available to even those who weren't able to participate. That, you know, there's many priorities. There's a lot of research going on. Indigenous nations are really resourceful and have, you know, when you think about these topics, you see, like, for example, species at risk. I want you to think outside the box of what species at risk means to you. So that could be medicine species that might not be legislatively at risk, but maybe no longer accessible to community members. So all of these themes were reoccurring. And the other thing that really stood out to us is the challenges that were identified by nations. So finding experienced people to help conduct the work, whether that be inside the community or people they can trust outside the community, finding funding, finding partners. And these pieces really, or these identified challenges really spoke to, if only we could get everyone together and connected and to share their stories and who they trust or learn from one another, was really obvious that that could help address some of these challenges. And so that sort of moves us to where we are now, which is in phase 2. And I'm going to pass it back to Barb.
And when I introduced the team, I forgot to mention the reason why Mary Claire and I are doing this kind of awkward dance with the microphone is that within IEI, within the Indigenous Environmental Institute, and within the IESS program at Trent, we work to include both perspectives or both eyes in that two-eyed seeing framework. We model having Indigenous and non-Indigenous voices and presenters and workers in all of our projects. So let me talk about phase 2, which we're currently in the middle of. And this is really working to build relationship. We hear relationship a lot in all of our talks today. Relationship between Great Lake-based Indigenous communities and organizations that are conducting research, whether it's community-based research or broader. And we're bringing together within 4 virtual workshops. We're bringing together folks to discuss research, monitoring and data governance challenges, and also to assess the interest for and perhaps the need for a participation in co-developing a Indigenous-led Smart Great Lakes initiative. So our workshop themes, our first workshop was really based upon leveraging environmental resource network. Sorry, my mouth is a little bit dry. And building interagency and national research relationships. And we were really honored to have both Alex and Andrea be some of our speakers within that workshop. And then we broke into breakout rooms on Zoom to have further in-depth discussions about the challenges. Our second workshop was really based on the theme of developing sustainable research programs in communities. And our speakers included Abraham Francis from Akwesasne and Jason Smith, Sioux Tribe, thank you. Trying to keep all these folks separate. And the theme for that was really focusing on fisheries and contaminants related research programs. So those 2 workshops have been completed. We've had 30 to 40 consistent participants, not only consistent participants, but very enthusiastic and interested participants. And we're now in the planning stages for workshops number 3 and number 4. Workshop number 3 is going to focus on data sovereignty and governance. And then workshop number 4 is going to focus on really beginning to explore that concept and the need for Indigenous-led network. What we've done with these workshops is taken notes and recorded our speakers and then included the voices of our participants in workshop reports. So this slide shows the covers of the workshop reports for workshop number 1 and number 2. And then on the right, we also have some of these postcards to hand out to anyone who's interested. Is the registration links for our upcoming 3rd and 4th workshops. Phase 3, which we will begin planning as we're wrapping up our virtual workshops, is really about bringing this potential network to life with a fall in-person gathering. Did you want to speak a little bit to that, Mary Claire?
Yeah, and just kind of thinking about what that network would be. So you've heard us drop Smart Great Lakes a couple times, but it's not a scripted network. So it's really about what the nations identify as useful and how that's going to manifest. Will sort of, that in-person gathering will be about, really figuring that out and learning from each other and continuing this network that we've built. We are actively seeking funding to execute phase 3. So if any of you are connected, let us know. And yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to share our project with you. Do you want to add anything?
We just wanted to put up a slide that you can take a photo of for our contact information for the Indigenous Environmental Institute, Mary Claire's email at Trent, and also mine. So thank you for listening, and we look forward to seeing where this is going to go. Miigwech.
Thanks, guys. I think there's time for one quick question. If anyone has a question in the audience. Okay.
I can see it. Do you want me to read the online question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Exciting initiative. Where do you find info on the literature review, and did cumulative effects, climate change, or environmental cultural well-being come up in discussions? Thanks, Lawrence. We have published part of phase 1. We're hoping to publish the other part of it. And then there is a report, which I think we can share with anyone who's interested. So feel free to email any of those emails. And absolutely, those have all come up in discussions, both in the workshops, but also in interviews and surveys. Did you want to add anything?
No, you got it covered. We look forward to responding to your emails.
Yeah.
Miigwech.
Miigwech. Oh, is there another?
Oh, we have time.
Sorry.
It's not like we're trying to disappear here.
You for your presentation. You had mentioned like one of the themes was developing sustainable research program in communities, and I was wondering, what does that look like?
That's a really good question. And the answer is it all depends on the community, right? And working towards, so part of the issues with building that have come up with building a sustainable research program is funding. And, the short grant cycles don't allow to, hiring of a full-time person to start to manage and develop capacity within community. So I didn't really answer your question, but thank you for asking it.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I saw Ruth was walking around and putting those QR code cards on everyone's table, so I'd suggest checking it out. And now I'd like to invite up Shelby Brunner.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this session, and thanks to all the wonderful speakers ahead of me. You guys are a really tough act to follow, and I don't have nearly as many beautiful maps or pictures, so apologies to the audience in advance, but I hope that this topic is still a little bit different enough that you'll stick with me through it. So this is about Indigenous partnerships that are hosted through the Great Lakes Observing System, and I'd like to recognize all my partners that were a part of this without reading their names, so I don't take too much time with that. All right, and now I gotta figure out a clicker. No. There we go. Sorry, team. There we go. Okay, the big button. The big button. All right, so who is GLOSS and who are we, the authors? So the Great Lakes Observing System is a nonprofit that sits under the Integrated Ocean Observing System. And our job is to provide real-time Great Lakes information or non-real-time data to the public for free of charge to inform management and policy and any sort of decision-making that might happen. And all of the authors are from different Indigenous nations, academic institutions, or environmental consulting firms. We are also mothers, fathers, friends, stewards of the land, and colleagues and partners in this work. So thank you again for that, for all the partnerships that we've developed through this, and hopefully will continue to grow. Today, I'm going to share the collaborative work that has happened between GLOSS and these partners, as well as through our federal funding institutions, as we've learned how data and data sovereignty issues need to look from a different perspective when we think about how we fund that and how we get data or share that information out. So it's really about the work that our partners have done and how we can assist that. And then it's important because, as we know, this is an emerging space, or not, it's not emerging, but I think the knowledge around it and the ability to be respectful of the data sovereignty is emerging, and federal institutions are beginning to think about this, and we're starting to think about this a lot more. And I think, you know, having these conversations now and sharing the information and hopefully continuing to develop solutions that work for all parties, or, you know, best fit solutions, make sense. So here we go. So as Mary Claire so kindly alluded to, the Smart Great Lakes Initiative is GLOSS's vision, but it's more than just that. It's meant to be a collaborative consortium of partners around the Great Lakes region who want to organize an information ecosystem that can improve our monitoring, advanced data management and analysis, all towards improving the understanding, policymaking, and protection of the Great Lakes as we know them. And as part of the Smart Great Lakes Initiative, there was a steering committee that commissioned the writing of a common strategy document to outline goals, needs, and really just goals and needs for this vision in 3 different categories. Those were science, innovation, and technology, data and information, and then policy and management. But within that document, we also recognized that we needed to make a commitment to Indigenous rights and sovereignty. And I believe Mary Claire is really to thank for a lot of this language and helping be that voice when we started this. And there was more than just her, but I want to give her that shout out as well. So there's a section about ensuring fair data collection, following fair, care, and OCAP principles, thinking about data sovereignty, and making decision support tools available to rights holders and stakeholders, regardless of what sort of access they might have. So we were mindful of this at the onset. This was published in October of 21. And then following the publication of that common strategy document, which was done by partners around the Great Lakes Basin, GLOSS released a call for mini grants. And these were supposed to be smart projects that range from observing system technologies to data delivery tool development, and really also focused on building new partnerships within GLOSS to help fill gaps. So within that, we funded 4 projects that had Indigenous partners, And I'm going to quickly run through those. The first is the Bemaj project, and this was a collaborative effort between the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation, their Fisheries Assessment Program specifically, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation Environment Office, and Collective Environmental. And they used a 2IC approach. And I won't cover it too much because Ruth is covering this next. I won't steal her thunder, but this was a really great project. The last one you just heard about, so I'll also save some time by just having you think about that. Although I did want to highlight one thing that Barb and Mirka didn't say was that when they did that first round of surveys, of the 20 respondents in the survey, 50% said they had experienced challenges related to data management and sovereignty, and 65% said they had concerns about those issues going forward. So that was a really important data point for us as a data management, like a data steward of sorts. The third project was from the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Ottawa Indians. They were deploying 3 MET stations and 1 wave buoy in Northeast Lake Michigan or Northwest Michigan. And they got their data connected to the GLOSS platform. And the final project was the Reason Project between Clarkson University and Algoma University, the Mohawk Council of the Akwesasne, and the River Institute at Cornwall. So this was to install a sensor array within the St. Lawrence River to monitor water quality. So taking a step back now and thinking about GLOSS as a whole and how we operate and the requirements that come to us from our funding agency, IUS, we have to meet certain metadata requirements as well as data requirements to fulfill our obligation for the monies that we receive. So we need to collect certain metadata that we report to our parent organization for tracking how and where those federal dollars are spent. So metadata, if you're not familiar, is really just data about data. Most people find it really boring, and in all fairness, it is kind of boring, but it's really important to be able to make data go farther and to be able to be used. I work a lot in it, so I talk about it a lot. People kind of hate me for it, but here we are. So thanks for bearing with me and not groaning too loud. We also have some high-level data policies within GLOSS. The big one that we've adhered to for a long time is the open data sharing. So really making data open to anyone who wants to use it. And that also aligns with the FAIR principles, which stand for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So we've had those in our policies for a while. And then in this last iteration of data policy review that we undertook a year to a year and a half ago, we added in the CARE and OCAP principles as principles that we wanted to adhere to. But when it came to how to best incorporate and implement those, until you start doing those in practice, it's hard to really say how that looks, but we were trying to be really mindful of those and think about those as we went forward within our organization. So that's a little bit of context setting. So as the projects that we funded, any project, as they've collected data and it gets towards the end, we start to think about how we collect the metadata as well as data. And so we approached all the partners individually and asked them about, like, here's a metadata form. Can you fill this out? What parts of your data set or all of it can you submit to us, or how can we share it? Trying to make sure we are being mindful of that interaction and not push and say, well, you need to send this next week, thanks. But instead of having it more be of a two-way conversation. So we heard from different partners a couple of these things. One was that there's a need to follow community-specific protocols for data sharing to gain approval for sharing those data files, whether that be approval from their elders or appropriate committees within the nations. And then another issue, oh, there's 2 ones. Oh, sorry, almost the best laid plans. And anyway, so then the next one is that the IUS required metadata fields could be more inclusive. So there was 2 examples that were specifically raised that I thought were fantastic. One was this creator sector. So basically it allows IUS to tell what sector of the work the data creator comes from, so whether that be federal government or state government or nonprofit. And the one that they had listed was tribal, and we heard that indigenous would be better because the tribal is a very US focused term, but having indigenous is more of a blanket term. And fair enough, like great point. And then the second point was that country typically refers to Western nation, but what if they wanted to include the First Nation name within the metadata file instead of the Western nation name? Could they do that? And I wasn't 100% sure because I didn't think that was a problem, but but because there's selectable fields, and would it throw off the mapping or any issues or not get raised? Anyway, so a lot of the answers were, let me check. And I did just that. So GLOS approached IUS in mid last year to ask these questions about the metadata. And they asked if we would be willing to help co-host a webinar to discuss these questions with our Indigenous partners, as well as the other IUS regions around the country, around the United States. There's 11 total regions. So experts or people from those regions got on. We invited our partners to join to hear the conversation and participate. And it was a really great discussion that we had over the course of an hour. And what ended up coming from that was that it was suggested that IUS update their fields, and they did so, which I'll get into on the next slide. And they also offered other suggestions, or so that some solutions aren't as straightforward, but they were continue thinking about those. So it was a good opening conversation with IUS, and they really appreciated that we're thinking about this and bringing it forward and trying to make a solution across IUS and hopefully other parts of NOAA, or at least the Ocean Service, that can think about how to handle this and making sure we're being thoughtful and coherent. And then another issue that wasn't related to the metadata, but was still raised, which I thought was interesting, was when the Little Traverse Bay bands of Ottawa Indians were going to deploy their buoy in Lake Michigan. If anyone's deployed a buoy here, you know that you need certain permits, usually from the US Coast Guard, to basically put it on the map so mariners don't run into it with their boats, or however that works. Anyways, the tribe said, well, we're a sovereign nation. Do we still need those permits? And there was questions that they discussed amongst the tribe that we weren't brought into, but basically among how do you handle the permits from the US government or the state if we don't need to get those, but we still need to get that on the map. So I don't quite know where they landed on that, but they handled that. They just told me about those conversations and said that they were going to handle it on their own. I need to follow up with them. Anyways, so fast forward, IUS has indeed updated their metadata. So they've added, I should say they corrected tribal or added a better definition, and then added a new sector that was indigenous, that has a more inclusive definition of First Nations, Métis, and indigenous communities. So now we can use that, and that will be hopefully a best practice going forward, is instead of tribes, we can select that indigenous and have that blanket or that more inclusive term. And as for the country labeling, they're right now they're considering adding a new field altogether for other nation. And that was all to say, because the country name, how they have it in their metadata, is really just for a mailing address. They said, well, we only use that in case we need a mailing address. I don't know who mails anything about data in this day and age, but that's what they told me. So I'm not quite sure, but they did say that they recognize that this was a very valid point, and they were happy to think about it, and we're going to continue following up on that to see if they've added that field, or if we can add that field somehow to have that recognition in there for these indigenous projects, because that is important, I think, to have that in there, even if we have to do it as a partner or something. So I'll continue to work with our partners to make sure that their metadata is as representative as they want it to be before we submit it. So moving forward and thinking about future things that GLOS will hopefully be able to continue doing, we've engaged with other groups about Indigenous data management. So the National Estuarine Research Reserve Science Collaborative lead approached GLOS to ask how we were handling Indigenous data management. And we had a good conversation about, this issue that was raised here, as well as, some of their experiences. And we agreed to continue sharing information going forward so we can be as consistent as possible when we think about metadata fields. And that way we're not overburdening anyone, because this isn't fun to begin with. And then if you have different needs from different groups, it just becomes extra complicated. The Indigenous Smart Great Lakes Initiative workshops will address data management and sovereignty issues in their next workshop. So we're really excited to hear what comes from that and think about how we can integrate some of those thoughts. And finally, we'll continue as GLOS to have mindful data management practices with our partners and share best practices that we develop or learn about as we go forward. So we're really thankful that our partners have raised these issues and that we can help foster, hopefully, a conversation, with IUS and maybe even beyond that as we go forward. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention, and I'll take any questions if there's time.
Time for questions. Oh.
We've got one from the chat. Lawrence Ignace is saying there's a need for OCAP training for various organizations. Do you have any suggestions where an organization could get this training? I'm part of an org that would greatly appreciate any assistance available. Cost recovery is available.
So I was talking with DataStream last night. Anyone here from DataStream? Not to throw you guys out, but they had said that their staff attends OCAP training at the First Nation Institute in Ontario, I think. But there is training available. I don't know exactly where it is, but there is training that we thought about as well. So I'm not quite sure, how intensive that gets or where it goes from there, but there is training available for OCAP.
I guess I'll just note it's the First Nations Information Governance Center that you can find out a whole bunch more, fnigc.ca, where there's, online certification, and they also offer in-person training for organizations. So that's a possibility, but definitely something that there's more need for.
And Lawrence notes that they are oversubscribed, and that's probably a fair point. Everyone is interested in, and I shouldn't say there's a lot of interest in this right now. So I think that makes sense. Thank you for that information, by the way.
We could do one more question if the audience has another question. Okay, well, thanks.
Thank you.
I now have the distinct pleasure of inviting Ruth Duncan up to the stage.
All right. Ani Bojo, Ruth Duncan Nishnakaz, Nashing Ming Nadonjaba, Wapajachki Donam. Hi, hello, everyone. My name is Ruth Duncan. I'm from Nashingiming, and I'm part of the Martin clan. And today I'm going to be talking about knowledge equity in research by using insights from a project that I was a part of, known as the Bamaj Project. Bamaj is an Anishinaabewin word that translates to track or to follow along, which is essentially what we did with Dickameg, which is another Anishinaabe word that means lake whitefish. So I'm going to give some context into the project and then talk about how our approaches could be used in different disciplines when conducting two-eyed seeing or community-based research. All right, so like I just said, my name is Ruth Duncan. I'm an Anishinaabe Kwe from the territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. I grew up on the water on the shores of Lake Huron and Georgian Bay. Those are my homelands. And for as long as I can remember, water has been of great importance to me. And my favorite place to always be is at the water. Recently, I finished my second year of my undergrad at Trent University in the Indigenous Environmental Science program. And I'm currently a junior aquatics and fisheries specialist for Collective Environmental. And like MC said, Collective Environmental is a consulting company that provides a unique service which helps address present and emerging issues
by bringing together scientific tools, community knowledge, and community experts to facilitate the development of culturally appropriate and sustainable solutions. And with Collective, my main role has been working on the Bamaj project. So for some context, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation is comprised of two communities known as the Chippewas Saugeen First Nation and my home community, the Chippewas Nawash Unceded First Nation. San territory is pretty big. It covers roughly 2 million acres of land and water, as seen in the dark green and dark blue on the map on the right-hand side. And it stretches all the way from in Georgian Bay, Collingwood, all the way over to Lake Huron, near Goderich, and then it goes all the way up to the tip of the Saugeen or the Bruce Peninsula, also known as Topomori. And both communities within the San, Saugeen, and Neashingaming are located on the water. And my community, the Chippewas and Nawash First Nation, also known as Neashingaming, translates roughly into the land that is surrounded by water. Before diving into the Bamaj project, I also wanted to give a little background on Dickameg or Lake Whitefish and my home community. So for a very, very long time, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation has harvested Dickameg for many things, for trade, ceremony, sustenance, and in some cases for economical value as well. And through this, we have developed a strong cultural connection and important relationship with this fish. And the people of the San have depended on this relationship with the waters of Lake Huron and its fish species, especially Dickameg, for time immemorial. But over the past decade or so, there have been some drastic changes in Lake Huron, which have resulted in the decline of these fish. So the Bamaj project came to be because this decline has been felt and seen by many community members, many fish harvesters, and addressing these declines has been of great priority to the San. So through community meetings, interviews, and various outreach events, we decided to co-create the Bamaj project. And this project was co-designed. And in this case, the community was placed in the driver's seat from the very start. So everything that came to be with this project was guided by the San community. So once we figured out what we wanted to do, the next step was finding partners and collaborators that accepted and understood that the community was going to be at the center of this project from start to finish. Then after that, our next step was building in additional tools for resilience, community education, and these became major priorities in the project, not so much the research, but building in funds for intern placements, lots of opportunities for youth, and community workshops. So the project objectives of the Bamaj project were to, one, understand and improve the understanding of Dickameg and their spawning shoals. Two, to provide the San community with opportunities to learn about San ecological knowledge related to Dickameg and smart technology, as well as building and strengthening community resilience and education. And three, to create a two-eyed seeing process with smart technology that could be shared with the wider Great Lakes community. So some smart technology that was used within the Bamaj project was the use of an underwater ROV or remotely operated vehicle. And this ROV smart technology created a really unique opportunity for community education and participation in workshops, as seen in the photos. So with the research team, youth volunteers, and interested community members were able to deploy the ROV in areas of interest, as well as the shoal site that our project took place on. So when the ROV is in the water, it recorded footage of things like the fish habitat features, the status of these habitats, impacts from disturbances like invasive species, and maps and imagery have also been made using the data that has been collected with the ROV. Shown in many of the pictures on this slide, we've had workshops with youth from the San community, and every time we brought the ROV out with the youth, they were always so excited to use the drone underwater and to play with it and to investigate kind of like the fish's perspective of our waters. So we had a lot of fun, and there were so many smiles and lots of buzz at these events. And I just wanted to note that it's so important for Indigenous youth to have opportunities to see this research and have a chance to be involved in the research, especially when it's going on in their own community. They're the future of our communities, and it's extremely beneficial for them to see people like them in science, doing science in their communities. And I just want to say it's important to note that these youth aren't only the future, but they are the present, and they should be included in all of this. So along with the ROV work, we also had, or I guess I'll show this video first if it will play. So here's some footage of the ROV deployed near Shoal in Nawash. And like I said, it's just really amazing to be able to view their habitats from their perspective, and it's a pretty unique opportunity. It must have been a pretty bumpy ride on this day, pretty wavy. Yeah, it's definitely Alex driving the ROV that day. So like I said, along with the ROV deployment, we also did receiver deployment, and the site shown in the photo is the Little Port Elgin Shoal. And this shoal was identified by the fish harvesters of Son as a priority site for research. So it was the Son community who chose this spot and chose how we were gonna deploy these receivers. So the fish tagging and the deployment was done with the research team alongside the fishermen and women of Son. So in total, there were 49 adult dickameg tagged, and there were 11 receivers placed in the shoal. And with the way we positioned the receivers and the proximity they had to each other, we were able to pinpoint fish's locations with fine precision. And I'll just, hopefully this video will work too. So this video showcases the 49 tagged fish movements throughout the shoal, and each different colored dot is an individual fish. And when we got this data back, we were really excited to show it with the community and the fishermen, because everything that we see in the video and the data is exactly what our fishermen and women told us would be there. And not to say that the data is validating what the fish harvesters have been saying, but using both Western tools and Indigenous knowledge, it gives us a better, deeper, clear understanding of how to interpret this data. So technology is used to help us investigate, but really it is the Son ecological knowledge that is guiding us through this process. And the VPS data isn't proving the science, but just telling the story in a different way and strengthening our understanding. So I'll hopefully play this video too, because it's pretty cool. All right. So with the Bomage project, we used a two-eyed seeing approach. It was a defining characteristic of this research, and two-eyed seeing is a term coined by Mi'kmaq elder Dr. Albert Marshall, and he says it best himself. Two-eyed seeing is using and valuing Indigenous knowledge and Western science together at an even playing field. Two-eyed seeing recognizes the difference between each knowledge system and bridges them together. Both perspectives used together provide a more broad and holistic understanding of what's going on with dickameg. And conducting this research with a two-eyed seeing approach is very important, because when it's not done correctly, it can harm the nation or community that is involved in the research process. So when we talk about the relationship between traditional ecological knowledge and research, there's a bit of a history. There have been so many different ways that researchers have attempted to include Indigenous knowledge, but oftentimes when this type of research is conducted, it often falls short of the communities involved. And this could be done by maybe just sprinkling interviews with community knowledge holders or co-applying on the funding, but then having the entire project designed by the researcher. And sometimes like they only report back to the community, or it's their questions that they want answered, which really isn't helping the community. Yeah, so like a lot of the times the community hear nothing back, or there's no real solution or action plan that is put in place with the research. It's also making these relationships with trust with the nation or community, and then just using their lands and water to conduct whatever studies the researcher is interested. Sometimes it's just for funding or to have a box checked, and these ill moves have harmed many communities in the past, which makes it really difficult for these communities to continue to want to collaborate on projects. So it is important, while sometimes it is important to note that while sometimes the outcomes do end up benefiting the community, more needs to be done, and we need to be centering Indigenous knowledge while we're doing this research. So what does it mean to center Indigenous knowledge? Centering Indigenous knowledge means that the community, their knowledges, and their involvement and influence is throughout the entire research process, start to finish. It is that when this is done, that the outcomes are of the greatest value to not only the community, but to society as a whole. There's many moments in research when you have a choice to conduct things Western style, or you can let the community that you're working with say what they think and trust what they want to do. I think that with many researchers, it's hard to even realize when these moments come up. But once it's realized, it can be very beneficial to just listen to the community instead of doing things the way you know. And for our project, that ended up paying off really well. An example is when we were tagging the fish, at first we weren't catching any of the fish, and we consulted with our traditional harvesters, and they ended up catching all the fish for us. And then the shoal of concern was also chosen by the fish harvesters, and they assisted in all things, including like tagging, tracking, and interpreting the data. So outcomes and benefits. Through this project, there have been many opportunities for new training for community members and new knowledge of these amazing fish. And within the project specifically, the data that we found is now being used for important management decisions with how we think about fish habitat protocol. This project also created a snowball effect. It was so successful that our sister nation, Saugeen First Nation, is now pursuing a new project, which is very similar to the Bamaj project. And I've also seen firsthand so much pride and just people excited, and so much learning and knowledge being shared within this project through multiple generations, which is a really amazing thing to see. And I just wanted to end off with these two important points, which are co-learning and co-decision making, because that is what makes space for knowledge equity. There's a lack of concrete examples and applications of fishery-specific two-eyed seeing in the Great Lakes, and with Indigenous communities being so tightly linked to their land and waters through their rights, their knowledge systems, culture, and our way of life, we as treaty people have to move forward, creating information that can inform decision-making and the understanding of our Great Lakes. And when we do this, Indigenous communities need to be included, as it is essential for keeping these nations informed and protecting their rights and cultures. I hope that the Bamaj project provides an example of two-eyed seeing research that can be learned from, shared, and used in the future throughout the entire Great Lakes community. And thank you, Miigwech. And I'd just like to acknowledge and thank all of our other project partners.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm going to put you on the spot, and I just want to highlight Ruth's only in the second year for undergrad, so this is pretty wicked stuff. And we do have time for questions, so yeah, Raj.
Ruth, great presentation. Just wanted to ask about, last video you showed about tracking.
Mm-hmm.
Those colors, there are some green and purple and pink. What is the?
So each different color dot that you see on that animation is an individual fish. So with the 49 fish that are tagged, if they came into the shoal, they'd be like, each dot is their pinging of them swimming through. So color makes no difference. They just each have their own color to identify different fish.
Has a question?
relaying from the chat, there's lots of support here, Ruth, and just wanted to share. Jessica says, yay, Ruth. And Sarah says, great talk. Thank you. Cheyenne says, go, Ruth, all caps. There's a question from Lawrence that I think you did touch on a little right at the end, but maybe you could expand a bit. So Lawrence says, super impressive. Congrats. Has this information informed or changed harvesting practices or other considerations? So you mentioned it did. Can you-
Yeah, so the federal agencies have their own way of saying like, this is shoal habitat, this isn't, this is important, this isn't. And for a long time, SON has been saying, no, this isn't true. We know like where these fish are and where they need to be protected. And like that has never been heard or received by the federal agencies. So now that we have the ecological knowledge and the Western data together, we're hoping that we can change those policies and change their attitudes toward what we're talking about. Hope that answers your question.
Maybe I just add, there's not a lot that's super known about lake whitefish spawning behavior. So this is some really cool data, and hopefully will continue into the future. We still have time for questions if anyone. Gotcha.
Thank you. My name is David. I could probably talk to you all afternoon about this. I do a lot of environmental storytelling, and one of the things that I've gathered in my experience of telling environmental stories from Hawaii to American Samoa to Indigenous people in the Great Lakes, one of the strengths of Indigenous approaches to the environment is the emphasis on storytelling to explain things that are happening in the environment. And I find that to be extremely beneficial to the scientific community who's trying to explain to the broader public, what is the value of this, little thing that you're studying. And so like coupled together, the strength of the storytelling aspect on the one side, not to say that they're, totally mutually exclusive, combined with the science, as to my mind, that's just so much more powerful and so much more useful. Is that something that you're seeing? Is that something, and what recommendations, beyond the simple box checking that you referenced, do you have? Like, what's your pitch to the broader scientific community on how to include, what to include, and the payoff for that ultimately, if goals are mutual?
I think just in general, when we bring storytelling into communicating, it's a lot easier for people to create a connection or a relationship with what they're learning about. And I think from community to community, nation to nation, it will change. But just, I think the most important thing is building relationships and building connection and using storytelling and Western science to help uplift each other and really broaden the way we look at things or change the way we look at things. And I just think they complement each other really nice if you use them in the right way. But again, that varies from project to project, community to community. But I'd say relationship and connection are probably important things, if that.
Sweet, right on. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, Miigwech.
Sorry, we got to go. Should be around. All right, I'd now like to invite up Tim Hollinger, Robert Stewart, and Jennifer Carosi.
Hello, bonjour. My name is Robert Stewart. I'm an associate professor at Lakehead University in the Department of Geography. I'm also from Thunder Bay and from the North Shore of Lake Superior, where I grew up. And today we were privileged to share our partnership, our relationship, and our work that we've been doing in Biinjitawabik, Zoging, and Anishinabek, which is Rocky Bay First Nation, which is on Lake Nipigon. And I wanted to start talking about the photo you're seeing here, which is a research vessel that Rocky Bay purchased a couple years ago to engage in research, engage in occupation and rights on their land, but also engage in a relationship with the university for data collection. And the project really is rooted in cumulative effects. And for me, cumulative effects comes from sort of the environmental assessment world, where you're looking at not just the impacts of one project, but perhaps one project in an area that there's been 3 or 4 other projects. But for the community, cumulative effects also touches on the history on the land, the pressures of dealing with external and external forces, the constant treadmill of attending meetings, reading documents and reports for external interests, providing input, while also building a healthy community. Cumulative effects relates to the history on the land, the disruption of culture, and the current makeup of the land. So we're starting to really learn that cumulative effects, touches on that idea of what are the impacts to the lake from a community perspective. And so Rocky Bay reached out to its various supporting networks, from the tribal organization to Lakehead University when it started to have concerns about the quality of water and fish in the lake. They reached out to York University because they learned about paleolimnological studies and how that might help provide data sets to communicate the history they knew of their land. So it was a very unique starting from a lot of the projects maybe I've been involved in, where, we were approached for a relationship, and that relationship took many years to develop because we shared a common love for the land and the lake. And what's really unique about Lake Nipigon, perhaps the 6th Great Lake, is that it has had a tremendous amount of pressure on it, given the fact that the only people who live really around the lake are 4 Indigenous reserves. Many families that lived all around the lake that were later settled into the reserve system. But during that time, in the last 100 years, there's been tremendous amounts of forestry that affect soils going into the lake and covering fishing spawning grounds, a tremendous amount of mines that have been left abandoned, unremediated, releasing arsenic, mercury from the watershed, and more recently, massive amounts of hydro dams, since Ontario has phased out coal as an energy source. But perhaps what's most interesting and challenging about the history of Lake Nipigon is the Agoki diversion. In 1943, the Army Corps of Engineers, during World War II, diverted the Agoki River from its Arctic lowland watershed into Lake Nipigon, the Army Corps of Engineers. And that's about as much as I know about that diversion and what's happened since then. But those communities knew the floodwaters rose and people moved themselves away from those waters before the reserve system. The amount of flow, 60% of the discharge coming from that Arctic watershed now flows instead of north into Lake Nipigon. When we look at maps of the watershed of Lake Superior, we neglect the fact that in actuality, 60% of water from that Arctic watershed now flows south instead of north, a monumental human activity. And that is a story of cumulative effects and what's happened. So the community has a deep knowledge of that history and their experience and the environmental impacts. And, inviting us into that relationship was simply to have us all see it in the same way. And sometimes that's on paper with numbers or maps or historical records. You can imagine this is the size of the diversion, what that would do to a lake like the size of Lake Nipigon. Certainly it drastically changed the water levels and erratically, sometimes without a lot of notice, especially in the middle of the 20th century. Certainly the amount of sediment now coming from a nutrient-rich Arctic watershed into bays and into the lake that were well-known fishing areas caused major problems, erosion, mercury contamination from the submerging of vegetation and the bioaccumulation of methyl mercury through fish. And then in particular, the impacts to where people traditionally fished and knew where to go. The lake is a big lake and it's unsafe, and you have to have a deep knowledge to navigate and to successfully survive on this lake. So the community really started to get concerned with all of this pressure and being offered involvement in hydro dams and in sometimes benefiting from hydro dams, but wanting to ensure to their communities that the way that they were doing hydro dams wasn't causing this major problem and contaminants of fish, particularly mercury. So the community was concerned with that, the effects of the hydro development, the ongoing increase in proposals for hydro development, and the current and future fate of fish and fish contaminants, because the fish is the primary source of food, among others, in the community. So Rocky Bay was really instrumental in also linking and reaching out to other communities around Lake Nipigon and other commercial fishermen and traditional fishermen to sort of discuss and to start to address these cumulative concerns. And how the community did it was really going off on its own and saying, we are our own community and we're really concerned about our food, and we're really concerned about how our desire to survive off subsistence food is threatened into the future. And so they engaged in a country food study. This is just an example of how they got involved. It was with Health Canada at the time. And the country food study was a simple way of sort of saying, look, we are on the land. Here's the food that we eat. We understand the food that we eat and where it's coming from, but we have a concern about the contaminants. And the community then moved into sort of monitoring fish contaminants. And that's when they reached out to the university, simply because they knew where to catch the fish, and they even knew how to collect the biopsies and what they wanted to know. But the analytical methods for analyzing mercury in fish tissue was at Lakehead University. But they wanted the data. They wanted that data set, not just in the community, but so that they could go to meetings where they can talk with hydro companies and provide their own understandings through data sets very similar to what the hydro companies were doing. And it was really to create a baseline, not just address one issue at a time, but this long-term vision of sort of saying, we want to be on the land, we are on the land, we want to be stewards of our land, and we want to be known for that. And it was a very honorable and courageous way of addressing, large companies and the province of Ontario and so forth. So we collected study mostly fish and walleye, because that's what the community was using now, but there's a long history of fishing in the large lake for whitefish and sturgeon, most of the species in that ecosystem. And the next phase of the funding program was then to test people, test hair follicles, and look for if that contaminant level that we were noticing in the fish was subsequently, affecting the people in the community. And of course, that seemed highly inappropriate. It wasn't the way the community was thinking. It wasn't the way they wanted to address the problem. They didn't want to be tested, of course, but that's the way that program in the early 2000s was sort of trying to identify contaminants and the impacts to Indigenous communities. So the community sort of broke free from, well, they informed the funder that we won't be carrying out the human testing portion of it. We would like to continue looking for more baseline data and other contaminants of concern that we have. So, it was a very great lesson to learn, and to see the funders subsequently agree and change sort of the model of funding for the community. And it's important to know that Rocky Bay in the 90s also had a key role in managing the fisheries, not just as the Indigenous territory that they have long been on, but because they also were experts at navigating the lake. They knew where to catch fish, and they were able to provide fish and data sets to the Ministry of Natural Resources with a partnership with Ontario Power. So again, the ability for this community to use its knowledge and its expertise and willingness to do that and engage in partnership with non-Indigenous entities. But unfortunately, the funding was affected, different government changes, and despite Rocky Bay's commitment to, participating in the program, it did decline. And so Rocky Bay again decided to go out on its own and seek funding. And through Indigenous Service Canada, they used the First Nations Environmental Contaminant Program, which allows a community with a partner, a university partner or a non-government partner to apply for money, and the money goes to the community. They manage it, they carry out the studies that they need to see, and then we support through the the Western science capacity that we have at the university. The contaminants program has now led to the point where what we'll talk about, the results have allowed the community to take a direction in how they want to vocalize and manage the fisheries, but it's also led to another Indigenous Service Canada funding through the Guardian program, where the community, in addition to collecting data, will now engage its youth and elders, as well as other communities in Lake Nipigon, as guardians of Lake Nipigon. And this is a model that comes from the West Coast, the IAGLR, but certainly seems to be a very popular way of connecting cumulative effects, that idea I was trying to get at what it's like to experience community or cumulative effects from a community perspective, as well as engage in monitoring and ongoing occupation on the land. And so that's sort of where we are today with the type of Western data that we're collecting.
Yes, bonjour, hello. My name is Tim Hollinger, and I'm a grad student at Lakehead University. I'm also from the North Shore of Lake Superior, and I also work as the Remedial Action Plan Coordinator for the 4 North Shore of Lake Superior areas of concern. But I've been working with Rocky Bay for about 4 years now, working on our fish contaminants program that sort of stemmed from that FNECP work that Rob was talking about. And so in that study, we identified that walleye, big surprise, are the tastiest of the most fun fish to catch and eat and most popularly consumed by the community. So we wanted to follow that up with a contaminant study lake-wide on Lake Nipigon. And then we also led into some sediment core work with Jenny Carosi here through the Guardians and now Cumulative Effects funding program that we have. So I'm just going to talk a bit about the fish consumption and some of the other works, some of the other projects that we've had going. Press the green button. Right, and so fish consumption on Lake Nipigon, there's a long history of sort of fractured relationships on Lake Nipigon between the community and the government and the way it was managed. For anybody who doesn't know, this is what your guide to eating fish for the MECP looks like. And so for Lake Nipigon, there's one point in the middle of the lake, and there's not a whole lot of trust from the community members as to where this data comes from, how it's collected, and really how to interpret it, right? The idea that, it doesn't really suit the community view on eating fish. And a lot of these consumption guidelines are only developed on Lake Nipigon when development is coming in. So it's precautionary sort of reactive measure. And so the community wanted to do a lake-wide monitoring program where we visit each bay and have more of a geographic understanding of where mercury levels might be higher in the lake and where consumption restrictions might be more restrictive, so that it's more digestible for the community and there's more trust too in this whole process, right? And so for anybody who doesn't know, the Guide to Eating Fish outlines fish of a certain length, and based on that length, there's a certain number of meals per month you can eat based on what type of population you're a part of. So this is what our sampling looked like, which I think is pretty impressive given a 2-year study to sample the whole of Lake Nipigon from Rocky Bay down in the southeast corner there, all the way up to the Little Jackfish River is about a 9-hour tugboat ride. So over the course of a few weeks, we'd go around the lake with community fishermen who, we've talked a lot about knowledge co-production today. That's the basis of this study. And so we've visited almost every bay and collected 20 to 30 fish from each bay and some rivers of concern as well. So the Little Jackfish River at the very top is where the Agoki diversion comes into Mbabaka Bay. And Mbabaka Bay is a very long and narrow bay. It's almost like a lake of its own. In fact, most bays on Lake Nipigon
have this feeling of being their own lake, right? And so when you think about eating fish from these bays, you want to have that geographic context of how restrictive is this? Where should I go fishing? Where might it be better to provide sustainable fish for the community when they have feasts, or from a commercial fishing standpoint as well. There used to be a really productive commercial walleye fishery on Lake Nipigon, and Rocky Bay, as Rob mentioned, had the fisheries unit in the 90s, and they foresaw the collapse of that fishery and imposed a moratorium on the fishing in Mbabaka Bay, which is known as a so-called walleye factory for Lake Nipigon, right? As well as McIntyre and Wabanach and Humboldt Bays. That's the source of walleye spawning for Lake Nipigon. And so they imposed a moratorium, but the government didn't follow suit. And then 10 years later, the fishery collapsed, and there hasn't been commercial fishery for walleye on Lake Nipigon since the 90s. So reclaiming that level of management that the community once wanted and was a part of, but not really valuably engaged upon or listened to back in the 90s is what we're trying to do here and build that. And so I'd like to introduce everybody to Abe. He's a commercial fisherman there, smiling at the walleye so lovingly. He's been fishing Lake Nipigon for 40 years, and he started fishing with his dad before him. And he wants to make it to 50. His wife wants him to retire, but he can't get the guy off the lake. And so he's sort of the director of our methods of this study in a way. The community band council would identify, and elders and fishermen would identify essentially these areas of concern, not like in the Great Lakes, but areas of concern to the community where they wanted fish sampled from, right? Whether that be because of development or because it's a popular place to gather fish, or in McIntyre Bay, for instance, that's where the community many families from the community used to live. So it's a traditional ground for them. And so we would go out with Abe, and in the middle picture there, you can see him pointing around, and we're setting nets, and essentially we'd go to each bay, and Abe would tell us, this is where we catch fish. This is where we want to catch fish and understand what are the mercury levels in the fish that we're catching. Because a lot of what we would hear was that between the government and Rocky Bay, they were just catching different fish, is a phrase that's been spoken quite a bit over the past few years in the research that we've done. And then also involving youth in that data collection, right? With the Guardians, we have a youth elder council, which we engage upon to build, what other concerns are there around the lake? What places do we have interest in to go to, and what kind of gatherings can we hold on the lake with other communities? And so we try to engage youth and incorporate them into our studies and teach our practices as well. And we're also hoping to develop, courses in Rocky Bay that are affiliated with the university to build that capacity within the community. And so what did we find when we went around the lake catching walleye and all over beautiful Lake Nipigon? Well, we found that consumption guidelines in our study were actually less restrictive than those from the MECP. So on the bottom left, you have the MECP Little Jackfish River. In the middle, there's BZAs. You can see you're allowed to eat more fish based on the analysis from the MECP. And then in Mbabaka Bay, what we also noticed is that the lake sites tended to be less restrictive than the river systems as well. On the right there is BZA's Mbabaka Bay fish consumption results, and we want to build on that. I'm going to hurry up here. So additional monitoring, we also are doing population estimates with the AOFRC, the Aboriginal/Ontario Fisheries Research Center, on walleye populations and sauger. We've collected water and sediment, which sort of led to us realizing we got to do some sediment core work because we were detecting some levels of arsenic and rivers downstream from mining operations, and that's where we brought in Dr. Jennifer Carosi from York University, because she's an expert in paleolimnology. So, exploring those historical impacts as well of the Agoki diversion, right? The community observed this erosion and these processes for a long time, but they wanted to sort of put that, on paper and in numbers for everybody to see. Sorry, Jenny, I didn't leave you much time.
That's okay, I'll be quick. Hello, everyone. I'm Jenny Carosi. I'm an associate professor at York University and the only one of our panel of speakers who is not from the North Shore of Lake Superior. I actually grew up here in the Toronto area, born and raised in Burlington, spent another 10 years in Kingston and brief stint in Ottawa before coming back to the Toronto area. And I was, as Tim mentioned, I was brought into this project specifically to contribute my expertise in using lake sediment cores to reconstruct environmental histories. And I think in Lake Nipigon, you know, there's really this perception that it's pristine, and that I think has been used as an excuse to not collect data. And of course, one of the consequences of that is that community concerns have largely gone unheard. And so they had an interest in some ways that we can kind of redress that lack of data and reconstruct some of that historical data from a Western science perspective. And that's what I do. So sediment cores, you know, you can choose not to collect data, but the lake is still recording what's happening over time, and it's recording it in the bottom of the sediments. And you have new material deposited on top of older material. And what you get when you take a core from the bottom of a lake is essentially a storybook or a history book of change over time. In my schematic here, I have present day at the top, older. I promise that I use much more sophisticated methods to actually decide when or determine when different sediment intervals were laid out, but that's the basic idea. You know, new at the top, and then it gets older as you go down to the bottom. So normally when I do a study like this, and the schematic that I have here about dovetailing, monitoring, and paleolimnology, you know, that's normally how we think of things. You've got the monitoring record, which tells you about changes that are occurring over hours, days, seasons, years, decades. And then paleolimnology, we have the advantage of being able to take that and go further back in time. That's really not kind of what we're doing here. It's a very different approach, because I'm not, you know, dovetailing to a monitoring record. I'm integrating or weaving with oral history. So we're working on the same time frame, just different ways of looking at those changes over time and figuring out how to weave those together to provide a strong picture of how the lake has changed over time in a way that can be used by the community to communicate their concerns to industry and other stakeholder groups. So I think we're out of time, so I'm just going to skip ahead quickly to this map here again that Tim showed. So this is showing kind of some of the locations that we did our sediment coring in. And again, these were areas that were selected by the communities. And the idea, again, also when you're trying to talk about environmental histories, is that each of these bays has their own unique kind of stressor histories. They're almost like a lake in their own right. So by looking at changes over time, but also pairing that with looking at changes spatially, we can start to tease apart the impacts of these cumulative stressors that are acting synergistically or occurring on similar timescales. So it's that combination of space and time that will allow us to be able to say something about how the impact of mines or diversions have changed the lake, and how that kind of fits into community stories about impacts over time. So I will skip right ahead to the end and say thank you, Miigwech, and take any questions that you might have from me or Rob or Tim.
Well done, well done. Closer. Sorry, Alex.
If there's one quick question, we'll allow it. There's a longer comment on the chat that I'll relay to you folks and facilitate a connection to a colleague. I think given the time, okay, Raj, quick question.
So based on your study, did the fish convention guideline change?
So this data is just.
Can you repeat the question just for those online?
So that was just, have the fish consumption guidelines been changed? So we're working now to incorporate that with the MECP data, because they're fairly recent results, and yeah, we will reach out and foster that relationship and incorporate that into the lake system. Yeah, okay, I could go on, but yeah, we can talk.
Well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking them again.
Thank you.
So I just want to wrap up our morning session here and just thank everyone for being in the room with us and for being online with us. We're really grateful to have such interest in this Indigenous session focused on Indigenous knowledge systems, ways of being and knowing and connecting and doing in an era of climate change. I want to encourage those that are finding their way into the room to feel welcome to rejoin us later in the day. This is not an Indigenous only space. All are welcome here, so please come and join us. We've been really pleased to have over 100 in the room and another great handful of 35 plus online joining us for this. So thanks all for the contribution and coming together. We're going to be hearing from Carrie Ann Charles for the plenary at 11:30, followed by a break for lunch, and we'll be reconvening at 1:40 Eastern time for those online back here in this room. Thanks, everyone.
I think we're going to get started now. The Zoom link isn't on this laptop. I don't know if that's a problem, but the speaker won't be able to see the Q&A. But if that's not a problem, then I'll just keep going. Yeah? Okay, great. Miigwech. Anibaju, Catherine Fabria, Indishtakaz, Philippines, and Dunjaba. My name is Catherine, and it's a privilege to be in this group today. And we'll have our last half in the session valuing Indigenous ways of knowing, being, doing, and connecting in an era of climate change, crisis, and uncertainty. It is a privilege and a pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Cheyenne Nolan from our team. And please join me in welcoming Cheyenne.
Ani, Baju, Bidabankwe Indigenous, Jijak and Dodem, Obadranong, Minwa Wayatanong, and Dunjaba, Anishevekwe and Dao. Hello, my name is Cheyenne Nolan. I'm a PhD student in the Heath Research Group and the Healthy Headwaters Lab. And today I'll be talking about the work I've been doing on stream health in settled and Indigenous landscapes. Yeah. There we go. So in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the UN has declared 2021 to 2030 the decade on ecosystem restoration to combat the triple crises of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. The goal is to conserve 30% of Earth's lands and seas by 2030, but what about fresh water? While globally, biodiversity losses since 1970 for the lands and seas have been around 40% compared to freshwater biodiversity losses of around 84%, more than double. Indigenous peoples have been altering landscapes and coexisting with nature for millennia. But with these numbers, it's clear that our current era of the Anthropocene has shifted that balance from coexistence to exploitation. In the Great Lakes, with the advent of settler colonialism, the conversion of lands through urbanization and agriculture have severely impacted stream ecosystems and freshwater ecosystems. Streams, especially headwaters, are affected by catchment land use because of their reliance on allochthonous energy inputs, calling attention to the importance of the landscape in maintaining stream ecological integrity. Although there are multiple stressors to streams seen here, I wondered if there were indicators that could detect distinct influences of either urban or agricultural impacts. And so for my undergraduate thesis, I conducted a pilot study where I monitored headwater streams in the Windsor-Essex region every month for a year, testing 3 indicators: decomposition rates using cotton strips, biotic index scores based on benthic macroinvertebrates, and dissolved organic matter, or DOM, which I'll explain throughout the talk. The main result from our pilot study was that land use had the biggest effect on DOM. The graph shown here is a principal component analysis. So every time we sampled a stream is represented as a dot, and the main variables explaining those differences are represented by the arrows. You can see on the left that all the agricultural streams clustered together and the urban streams on the right. The highest loading variables explaining land use differences on this left, right, X-axis are highlighted in red here, and these are actually different types of DOM. So by now you might be wondering, what the heck is this stuff? She keeps saying DOM. Well, you can think of DOM as being, or dissolved organic matter, as watershed tea. So as water washes over the landscape and collects in streams, it's able to reflect all that it touches as DOM, as if you were making tea out of the watershed itself. So by looking at DOM in the water, you can learn about the land. There can be many sources of DOM to streams, from leaf litter, soil erosion, and anything else that gets dissolved and transported in runoff or groundwater. There can also be in-stream sources of DOM coming from living beings or those that have passed. The detrital food web is a great example that everything depends on everything else. DOM is a major energy source for headwater streams, fueling the microscopic organisms like bacteria and fungi that then make this energy available for higher trophic levels, such as invertebrates and fish. If you were lucky enough to catch Jess Robson's talk yesterday, you'd see evidence of this in Wawiatanong or the Detroit River, where total organic carbon, the quantity of DOM, emerged as one of the main drivers of sediment bacterial communities. So with all of this background information on the molecular health of water, I just started my PhD research with the following goals. First, to create a provincial baseline data set for DOM quality in headwaters. Second, to interrogate the effects of not just land use, but stream health on DOM. And last, to use these results to co-create future biomonitoring protocols with Indigenous nations in Nayano, Nibimang, Gichigami, the Great Lakes. And with all of this talk of health, I just want to introduce you to how we're currently measuring stream health in Ontario. So every 5 years, Conservation Ontario will put out watershed report cards, giving each watershed a score for surface water quality based on 3 factors. The first is the amount of E. coli, a common fecal contaminant and pathogen. Second, the amount of total dissolved phosphorus. This is a limiting nutrient in fresh water, and when it becomes elevated, it can impact algal blooms. And lastly, a biotic index score based on benthic macroinvertebrates. So some species are super tolerant to pollution and some are really sensitive. So based on who's there, we can tell a lot about the integrity of those streams. And this is what that looks like spatially for Southern Ontario. So grades will range from A, excellent in green, to very poor. And for this study, I selected 8 watersheds in each grade. And then within that watershed, I selected 3 streams, an urban, an agricultural, and 1 of a reference condition. And so in 2022, last summer, from April to September, I was able to sample 118 of the chosen streams. We sampled from Wawiatanong to Curve Lake using a modified Ontario stream assessment. The water quality part of the assessment was completed using a YSI multi-probe to take in-stream measurements, and we also filtered water samples for nutrient analysis and carbon characterization. Notice the brown bottle, that's our DOM sample, and we'll come back to that later. Next, we measured the physical stream characteristics by looking at size, discharge, and we also characterize additional elements such as algae, macrophytes, and sediment type. Lastly, we wanted to look at the water and sediment microbiology and look at organisms such as bacteria and fungi. So to do that, we filtered water using Sterivex filters and collected sediment in sterile falcon tubes. We'll be using eDNA metabarcoding to look at the characterization of these communities, but these samples are still being processed, so I hope to share that in future talks. Once the samples are collected, that's when we get to be cozy in the lab and process them. So taking the water from that brown bottle, we're able to put it into a clear cuvette, shine light at it, and then with a fluorometer, depending on what kind of DOM is in the sample, those molecules will get excited and fluoresce. So that will create this rainbow fingerprint that you see here, an excitation emission matrix. So when we have that for every single water sample, we're then able to combine them with a technique called parallel factor analysis and actually model different components or fractions of DOM. And so for this study, I was able to validate a 4-component parafact model based on 94 water samples. So C1 at the top is terrestrial humic-like DOM. So you can imagine these being big molecules from plants or soil. C2 is a ubiquitous humic-like. So these are really recalcitrant, hard to break down, and you can imagine they're ubiquitous in nature. C3 was our protein-like DOM, so any kind of proteins coming from living beings, amino acids. And C4 was our microbial humic-like DOM, so coming from microbes as they may have interacted with these larger molecules in C1 and C2. And so the most exciting preliminary result that I have to share is that I was able to validate the use of DOM as a tool to monitor not just land use impacts, but watershed health. So on this graph, what you're seeing is the amount of microbial humic-like DOM on our vertical or y-axis, and then you're able to see that broken down by watershed grade on the x-axis. The size of the boxes will show the variability in the data, and that middle line shows the middle of our data set. I haven't finished processing the microbial samples, but with these preliminary results, I can't wait to hear their side of the story. Secondly, we wanted to look at TDP. So total dissolved phosphorus is a part of those watershed report cards. And although it is a part of that, conservation authorities will usually measure that in larger river channels, whereas we sampled really small headwater streams. So we were interested to see if those results translated to some of the smallest streams in the watersheds. And luckily it did. And then for E. coli, CFU per mil, although we didn't measure that specifically, we were able to kind of use tryptophan-like fluorescence as a proxy, and we were able to see that that also translated to the watershed report card grades. So some preliminary insights from our work is that water is life, it is alive, DOM and carbon are really the link between land and water, showing that we've impacted water at its most basic molecular level. It's important to have this data on how our watersheds are doing, but we also need to shift focus towards restoration and action. And the reality is that Indigenous peoples have been protecting our water and thinking about the future of our homelands for millennia, and Canada can't meet those 30 by 30 goals without us. So while I've hopefully shown that Western science can be useful, I'm excited that for the rest of my PhD, I get to explore stream health in a more holistic way, co-creating culturally informed assessments with communities in the Great Lakes. So this idea is not new. I get to look towards global examples from the Maori in New Zealand, as well as the work being done by Kate Mussett and Casey Sterling at the Center for Indigenous Fisheries at UBC. And even though the work is just starting, I've set the intention to engage with all of the communities shown here. This year, I've gotten to start with my own home community of Batchewana First Nation in Garden River, as well as 6 nations of the Grand River. Because I'll be expanding beyond that southern gradient, some concerns I've heard so far in the north have been around glyphosate spraying, logging, lampricide application, mercury, and mining. And so as I leave you here today, I wanted to share this image of the Grand Marais drain. This is the main waterway that's running through our future National Urban Park in Ojibwe in Windsor, Ontario. And classifying rivers as drains, lining them with concrete does not change the fact that they're the ancestral homes of many beings, such as the great blue heron seen here. We need to shift from ecosystem management to thinking about managing ourselves in relation to the land, honoring our place as a part of the ecosystem. So as you see here, the animals haven't given up hope, so I don't think we should either. Miigwech.
We have time for questions. I think Raj.
Yeah. So question is, you sampled over 100 streams in Ontario, and what was the time span?
So I started in April, the end of April last year, and finished in September.
So do you think the seasonality or temperature would have some impacts on the chemical parameters and DO and other stuff?
So from the pilot study, because we had such a high sampling frequency, we were able to see the stability of the DOM signatures over monthly and seasonal timescales. Other variables like oxygen are really influenced by temperature because it'll affect solubility. But because the DOM is coming mainly from those land use impacts or whatever plants are kind of growing near the stream, that's consistent throughout the year. So I'm confident that this was a good part of the assessment, but ideally it would be nice to be sampling all season long too.
I think Andrea had a question.
Just wanted to share some comments from the chat. A certain Casey Sterling says, Kate and I are ecstatic and humbled to be able to work from and with you. Amazing work. And Kate Mussett says, amazing work as always, Cheyenne. So excited for future overlaps with you. And Lawrence Ignace shares that this is amazing work, super important in guiding the protection of watersheds, biodiversity, and Indigenous spaces. Susan Sullivan adds, fantastic work, Cheyenne. I saw a great blue heron today and thought of you.
Chimigwach, everyone.
To keep us on time, I'll move on. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, everyone.
Our next speaker is presenting a talk. I'm going to make sure we're able to bring up the next talk. I'd like to welcome Hannah Postma to the stage, who will be presenting a talk entitled Lessons Learned Towards the Shared Responsibility of Safeguarding Great Lakes Fisheries.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah Postma. I'm a master's student at Carleton University, co-supervised by Dr. Vivian Nguyen and Dr. Stephen Cook. I am here today as a person with roots in Friesland and Scotland, and more recently, learning and lived experiences that have been supported by lands and waters cared for by Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Wendat peoples. I am grateful to share this time with you today to talk about fisheries decision-making in the Laurentian Great Lakes and some of the lessons we have learned from interviews with Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery professionals who work with and for Indigenous agencies in the care towards the Great Lakes ecosystem. This research is guided by and contributes towards the larger collaborative, understanding Indigenous perspectives on sea lamprey control in the Laurentian Great Lakes. Working with mentors and colleagues and participants on this project has provided significant perspective and foundation to this research, and I am just so honored to stand with and continue learning from this team. Excellent. So across the Laurentian Great Lakes, Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies are committed to the health of fish and water. However, the challenges facing fish and fisheries managers are only intensifying. Invasive species, in particular, have caused significant ecological, cultural, and economic damages. Sea lamprey are at the forefront of species that have caused negative impact to populations of fish important to so many: whitefish, lake trout, and others. The Great Lakes Fishery Commission was formed in the 1950s to deal with sea lamprey and to facilitate working relationships among various jurisdictions on the Great Lakes. These jurisdictions are organized by lake-wide committees and an overarching Lake Committee Council, where those involved reach consensus to make decisions about, oh, shoot, is it not? Oh. Oh, do I click it? Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, okay, no, that's good. Is it just the big button? Okay. Oh, thanks. Captivated. Okay, that was the first slide. So now we're here. So anyways, they're organized largely by the Lake Committee Council and these lake committees where those involved reach consensus to make decisions about Great Lakes fish and ultimately the people who interact with them. Okay. Sea lamprey control and other fisheries decisions occur within and across Indigenous territories. Yet, despite shifting research priorities and changes in legislative requirements, there remains very limited opportunities for Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies and governments to engage meaningfully in decision-making processes. This has contributed to continued and increasing scrutiny towards some methods of control and ongoing tensions between Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies. Sea lamprey pose an ecological challenge, but they also illustrate a social one, asking for lake-wide collaboration among all who live and fish on the Great Lakes waters. Increasing opportunities for engagement in collaborative spaces, as exemplified by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as continuing review of sea lamprey control methods and ever-evolving environmental threats, underscore the importance for Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies to work together in good ways. Today we ask, what are the challenges and opportunities towards building meaningful relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous agencies in fisheries decision-making? In this research, I interviewed Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery professionals who work with and for Indigenous fishery agencies around the Great Lakes and who represent Indigenous interests in collaborative spaces. Semi-structured interviews took place in the summer of 2022, averaging between 2 and 3 hours, where we gathered in thoughts and insights from within these agencies to learn what changes are needed to effectively, authentically work together. On the screen, you see the question themes discussed in interviews. Within these themes, we asked questions such as, how are you involved in making sea lamprey and fisheries decisions on the Great Lakes? What do relationships with the GLFC and other non-Indigenous fishery agencies look and feel like? What could strengthen those relationships? We identify areas of consensus from participants who describe their engagement and involvement in sea lamprey control and fishery decision-making processes organized by the GLFC and beyond. In this research, I recognize that I carry a relational responsibility to appropriately represent the views and perspectives that were shared with me from all research participants, and I have grounded much of the following findings in quotes and in the original context from which the information was shared. So overall, we found that some co-management relationships exist between non-Indigenous and Indigenous fishery agencies, and other efforts are now being made to engage. Some initial steps towards positive change have been taken, but progress is still needed. As one participant shares, I would say things are improving. It would still be a long ways to go to have a strong relationship. It's a weak connection. So what have we learned about some of the challenges or differences that can affect engagement, involvement, ultimately the relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies? Participants shared 3 what I feel are interacting themes, describing challenges from individual to system levels. These are perspectives towards each other's worldview and knowledge systems, inauthenticity of relationships and a legacy of exclusion, and a slow to change, unbalanced system. In this first theme, perspectives towards each other's worldview and knowledge systems, we learned that there are differences over how fisheries should be managed and what types of knowledge and values are required in decision-making. We learned that attitudes, discriminatory or otherwise, and particularly in leadership roles, can play a role in shaping the willingness to receive and embrace the interests and knowledge of one another. One participant shares, not everything that modeling spits out is going to be reality. The person running the model thinks it's definitive, but you just create conflict when someone has that attitude. Fisheries can be so staunch. We have our formulas, our statistics, but real life plays out real different. A second theme is inauthenticity of relationships and a legacy of exclusion. We learned from participants that throughout history and to the present, Western agencies initiate relationships or communicate with Indigenous fishery agencies and Indigenous peoples when there is a need or benefit. The motivation for change or collaboration would not exist outside of a specific pressure or requirement. One participant explains, I'm happy we do have a good working relationship, but we only have it because they wanted something from our community. When the government wanted to let people know about lamprey, they did. And that's because sea lamprey have a detrimental effect to sport fishing, and sport fishing has a huge economic impact. The third theme is a slow to change and unbalanced system. It reflects what we've heard from participants about how Indigenous fishery agencies are placed into Western designed systems of decision-making that do not always give sufficient space for Indigenous voices and worldview. In the United States, intertribal agencies represent some of many tribal governments who fish and live within the Great Lakes ecosystem. These agencies are more and formally involved in collaborative lake-wide decisions. For example, intertribal representatives sit on the Great Lakes Fishery Commission's consensus-driven lake committees, whereas fishery professionals who work directly for tribal governments are represented generally at technical levels. In Canada, First Nations with diverse interests and knowledges are represented only by the province of Ontario. We also learn that although some direct co-management relationships exist between states and tribes and First Nations and provincial authority, for example, fishing agreements, final decision-making rests with non-Indigenous governments, with little opportunity and resistance to change. As one participant shares, equity in the co-management system. There's some, but it's not where we should be. It's kind of lopsided, and we would really like to improve that system, but there's quite a bit of resistance to doing that. So what did we learn from this group of participants about opportunities towards meaningful relationships? What are some good ways to build strong and stronger relationships? We next share a few preliminary insights, consistent themes shared by participants just last summer that may be helpful in current and future relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous fishery agencies. A first insight is that relationships and decisions made need to be mutually beneficial and, critically, in ways that align with and respond to Indigenous interests. We learned that more direct engagement with communities, community leaders, is helpful and needed. As one participant tells us, there's a better way to do things. And I think a lot of that starts by asking people what people want, asking what communities want. And within that, an openness, a willingness to change, to hear and to actionize different ways of knowing and doing. Another participant shares its respect, its openness to learn from each other, a willingness to work together. And there's got to be some kind of mutual benefit coming to both parties out of whatever the work is that you're doing. A second theme is that collaboration needs to happen at the design and planning stages of relationships and decisions, not at the end and not once decisions have been made. We hear from one participant, involving communities earlier in the process. If I had to sum up everything that could help with our relationship with partners, it's involving them much earlier in the process, at the planning stage, rather than just asking them at the end. Another participant shares, it makes it a lot easier if you want the Indigenous population to follow the plan, if they have a representative at the table that helped write the plan in the first place. Thirdly, participants called for more opportunities to work with and involve Indigenous-led research and knowledges in Great Lakes decision-making, and importantly, Indigenous peoples themselves in these roles. One participant shares with us, we've had a fisheries program since the 1980s. We've got databases with 60 years of data, and a lot of people don't realize that. Or I just feel like we're a bit untapped sometimes for these big basin-wide projects or data solicitations. So in conclusion, what are some key messages we have learned? We've learned that respectful and mutually beneficial relationships where decisions are made together can help strengthen support towards and embrace potential for enhancement of fishery programs, including that such as sea lamprey control. Indigenous knowledges, bridging knowledges, while now increasingly recognized as valuable, are inextricable from Indigenous treaties and rights. Indigenous tribes and nations around the Great Lakes are independent governments. Policy commitments and legislative requirements reaffirm Indigenous peoples' inherent rights to fish and to make decisions about the fish that swim within and across jurisdictions and lakes. If shared responsibility for a shared resource and a lake-wide consensus asks all players to sit at a table and voice perspectives and come to agreement, then it is especially important that all rights holders are at the table where decisions are made. The Great Lakes have been carefully stewarded for thousands of years, yet since colonization, these ecosystems have become increasingly vulnerable. A reimagining of and shift within fisheries management to support and facilitate the equitable involvement of all who share in the responsibility to protect and manage the Great Lakes can be an opportunity to help ensure the continued success of fisheries programs and the overall sustainability of fish for all future generations. More efforts are needed to understand what next stages of reconciliation, next stages of fisheries management reassessment need to look like. Ultimately, change, long-term sustainable change, comes from individuals. It starts with individuals. We have choices to make about how we forge ahead, about how we mentor and equip next generations to work in good ways in collaborative spaces. And just relationships in fisheries management are a starting place, and it is one which invites us to succeed together. So in closing, I just want to thank the Great Lakes Fishery Commission who did support this work. I am grateful as well to have learned from and shared time with some truly amazing people around the Great Lakes, as well as within this project, including from the University of British Columbia's Center for Indigenous Fisheries, Virginia Tech, the University of Ottawa, and all the wonderful and very patient participants with whom I am so grateful to have learned from. Thanks for sharing this time with me today, and I invite questions and conversation after the panel.
We have plenty of time for questions. So there is a mic rotating around, I think, in case there's any. Oh yeah, I think Andrea has it. Did you want to start it off, Andrea?
I might, because we've got some chat action while people are getting their thoughts organized. Lawrence shares Indigenous peoples are retaking their spaces in management. What do you think might be the next steps or suggestions?
I think that's a great question. And it's encouraging and it's wonderful to see Indigenous peoples taking those steps. And yeah, I guess thinking about fisheries management, I think certainly a next step is making space for all nations and tribes at these decision-making tables. I think that's particularly important in the Canadian context, as well as we have little representation of First Nations. I think that Indigenous leadership in those spaces as well plays such a critical role. I would love to think more on that question and follow up after.
Well, I think that's a great answer in that there are nations actively asking to be on lake committees, right? It's not like an academic suggestion that there should be those people there. They're asking for it. Charity says, amazing research and presentation, Hannah. You did a great job and important work. Casey shares, wonderfully communicated. You've done a great job of amplifying the voices of Indigenous participants. So well done. That's kind. Comments, questions from in the room?
Thank you. I have a question, maybe for you or for further thought and discussion on when we're bringing up the word management. We talk about this a lot in some of the groups that I participate in, management versus stewardship. And I'm just sort of wondering about when these conversations take place, if there's that difference in those words in English and then in the other languages that we're talking about and speaking today. And if you encountered that like sort of mind perspective of stewardship versus management.
Yeah, definitely. And I think stewardship is a really important and good word in these contexts. I think it embodies caring for the environment and having a more direct relationship with our actions in the environment. It came up in participant responses as well. I think a lot of people I spoke to did use the word stewardship, did frame care for natural resources in place of using words like management. So I think it's a really important point for discussion and consideration. And yeah, thank you for sharing that.
I've got a question here. What do you think was your biggest personal learning or growth while doing this research? And that comes from Charity.
I think that's a great question, Charity. I think there's been a lot of opportunities for growth and learning throughout this project. I'm learning more every single day. I think having the team and the support from folks in this room as well has been so instrumental in helping that process. I think from a qualitative research perspective, even just reading through the transcripts and trying to identify emerging themes was something I learned from this process, and I'm grateful for that opportunity.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Thank
I
you,
really
everybody.
appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Hannah. You dealt with it. So the humility that you brought to this podium is really appreciated. I know it's yeah, we're all in this on this journey. Our next speaker, we have a duo who you may know. I'd like to introduce our next two speakers, Alex Duncan and Beth Nybauer, who are presenting a talk entitled Listening to Rights Holders, Research and Stewardship of Sea Lamprey in the Laurentian Great Lakes. Welcome.
Annie, bonjour. Hello, everybody. My name is Beth Nybauer. I am an assistant professor at Virginia Tech, previously a postdoc at the Center for Indigenous Fisheries, which is how I was fortunate to be a part of this project. As part of my work in Virginia Tech, I'm very grateful to be residing on the lands of the Monacan peoples, very beautiful mountain landscape. I'm of settler descent, so grateful to the caretakers of the lands that provide a home for me. I want to take a moment to thank Carrie Ann. I'm not sure if Carrie Ann is still in the room, for your courage and generosity in providing us with a really inspiring talk. I learned so much listening to you, and so thank you for that and for coming to the stage with the admission of fear, which I think many of us feel in this position. So I'm very grateful to you. I'll pass it on to my colleague, Alex.
Sweet, yeah, miigwech, Carrie Ann, that was awesome. Ani, Alex Duncan, Indigenous Cause, Wabjeshi, and Dodem, Neashingaming Donjaba. Hello, I'm Alex Duncan. I'm Martin Clan, and I come from the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. I'm presently a PhD student at the Center for Indigenous Fisheries at a UBC, so a little far from the Great Lakes, but it's always fun to come back. We're here to talk about a project that Hannah's involved in as well, this large project funded by the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. And we're going to talk about our little slice of that project. Yeah, I just like to recenter us in the Great Lakes. We have this wonderful map, which is up here by the very talented Nicole Marie Burton. It's always nice to see different renderings of the Great Lakes. And it's nice to have language included as well. And I'll pass it to Beth.
So I'm just going to give a little bit of an introduction to the sea lamprey, or lamprey in general. Sea lamprey are an ancient fish. They're one of the earliest vertebrates known, actually. They are a jawless fish. They have a really unique life cycle where they start out as larvae for very extended periods of time, 3 to 7 years. They're living in sediments in river bottoms and filter feeding. When they become adults, they predate upon other fish by rasping onto their sides and consuming their blood, and this can often cause host mortality. There are actually 5 different species of lamprey in the Great Lakes. 4 of them are native species, and one of them, the sea lamprey, is a non-native species. The sea lamprey is the one in the bottom there. It's larger than the others, and the balances that typically keep this species in check are not present in the Great Lakes. Next. Thank you. The origins of sea lamprey in the Great Lakes are uncertain, but what we do know is that their spread throughout the Great Lakes Basin was facilitated by the construction of shipping canals that increased connectivity between the lakes. So the dates we're showing on this map here are all the first time sea lamprey were noted in each of the lakes. So you can see that the spread was actually very rapid through this large area. Yeah, so I think that was it for that, right?
Yeah.
So
sure. Yeah, and they entered the Great Lakes at a time where the Great Lakes weren't doing so hot. Declines in fish populations from overharvesting and just general habitat degradation, they compounded some of those problems and led to even more issues. So clearly this was a big issue for fisheries across the Great Lakes. Canada and the US came together through treaty in the 50s and formed the Great Lakes Fishery Commission as Hannah was discussing, and they're tasked with the suppression of these fish. I note suppression, eradication is thought to be unfeasible or impossible in the Great Lakes, so we have to suppress them. It's seemingly a forever issue. And as Hannah mentioned too, there's a lot of overlap between what Hannah's doing and what we do, so bear with me. But a lot of these control practices, how they suppress these fish, occurs on, within, and across Indigenous territories. So there's two main methods of control that are utilized in the Great Lakes, and they've been used for quite some time. The first, or one of them, is the construction and maintenance of barriers or dams. These block spawning migrations up rivers. Beth had mentioned that sea lamprey larvae hang out in riverbeds, and adults, they'll go up rivers to spawn. So these dams block the spawning migration. As you can see, there's a lot of dams in the Great Lakes, quite a lot, but only about 500 or so are critical to the sea lamprey control program. The next control tactic is the application of chemicals known as lampricides into rivers. These are lamprey specific, so they target sea lamprey when they're hanging out in those riverbed sediments, and it's quite effective. However, they do affect some non-target species, and in particular the native lamprey that call the Great Lakes home. And as you can see, there's quite a number of lampricide application locations. Here's just an example of the Garden River. Garden River, there's a First Nation right there, Garden River First Nation. And you can see that this river has been treated several times over the years. Ignore the highlight. I don't know why that's highlighted, but this just gives you an idea of the amount of lampricides that are put into the Great Lakes. So there's two types of lampricides used. There's TFM and Baluside, and in 2021, just over 50,000 kilograms of these lampricides were put into the Great Lakes to control sea lamprey. I'm gonna talk about the GLFC for a bit. As Hannah mentioned, it's composed of these committees, and there's quite a large influence on how fisheries in the Great Lakes are managed via these bodies. In the 80s, the Great Lakes Fishery Commission took a more proactive approach to how they do things with the creation of this joint strategic plan. At the time of its creation, there were several signatories, federal, provincial, state agencies, and when it was created, there was no inclusion of First Nation or tribal partners, which seems like a pretty big issue given that we all share the Great Lakes. Here's just a breakdown of all of the committees. As you can see, there's great representation of intertribal and tribal organizations on the American side, but as Hannah mentioned, Ontario takes management authority on behalf of First Nations, so there's currently no First Nation representation on the lake committees. And as Andrea mentioned, we First Nations want to be on these committees. We want to have an active role in the management of the Great Lakes, and you know, not having us there is in like we're sovereign nations. First Nations and tribes are sovereign nations, and this doesn't really recognize that, which I think is inappropriate, and I think it needs to change. And luckily, there is a feeling and an air of change in the Great Lakes, as many of you may have seen today in our session. I'll pass it back to Beth.
So our team is engaged in research that aims to bring Indigenous perspectives, experiences, knowledge, and values to the table to improve approaches to relations with sea lamprey in the Great Lakes. It's called the 3I Project, or Indigenous Input and Inclusion. But our goals with this project and what we're already building towards and doing is to ensure that this work is truly Indigenous-led and starting from the communities and building from there. We work very closely with several partner communities to co-develop research agreements and define project goals. So what you're seeing in the pictures here are some community engagement and outreach projects, including some education activities. That's Alex working with some youth, and then community feasts as well. to ensure that the work that we're doing and the approaches we're taking are commensurate with community values and goals and following and the work is guided by their values. So I also want to mention at this point that the work is funded by the GLFC, as it's been mentioned several times, and we're very grateful to an organization like the GLFC for funding work like this that is likely to pull out critiques and force them to reevaluate the way that work is done in these larger organizations. So shout out to the GLFC for having the courage to do that. The work has proceeded and is continuing to proceed in 2 different steps at this point. There are one-on-one interviews that Alex is conducting primarily. This is going to be this summer and next summer. Hannah had talked about working with fisheries professionals in Indigenous and non-Indigenous fisheries organizations. And Alex's approach will be to really talk with community members and get the community perspective on that. We also had a virtual gathering, which we held this past March, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Our work is guided by an Indigenous Advisory Council composed of 4 really incredible women. We had the privilege of having these women together for our first in-person Indigenous Advisory Council meeting, which we did that just on Sunday, right before this conference. We took advantage of Alex, Andrea, and I and others being in the same place at the same time, which doesn't happen often. So all of these women represent nations from across the Great Lakes, have an incredible depth of knowledge and lots of experience in advising on ethical research practice. So we're very grateful to the advice that they are able to offer and guide us with. The virtual workshop that we conducted in March brought together representatives of Indigenous communities from across the Great Lakes to share perspectives and experiences with sea lamprey on traditional territories. The aim was to build connectivity and promote knowledge exchange across nation and tribal contexts, First Nations and tribal contexts, and to hear about key lines of inquiry that we might decide to focus on as we think about the longer term future of this work. A central piece of the virtual gathering what consisted of 3 pre-recorded story sessions that we developed out of longer interviews with 3 individuals who have a lot of history and knowledge in this area. Bill Mattis works with the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, works closely with the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission, and provided a perspective of a biologist and practitioner that engages across many different boundaries in engagement in sea lamprey research and management. Dr. Deborah McGregor from Whitefish River First Nation, a professor at York University, brought a perspective of Indigenous knowledge systems, environmental justice, and sovereignty, and how that relates to this work in particular. And Dr. Susan Chiblow from Garden River First Nation brought a community situated knowledge, a perspective situated within community of water knowledge, environmental policy, and community perspectives on relations with sea lamprey.
Yeah, the workshop was really awesome. We were able to bring a lot of really knowledgeable people together from all over the Great Lakes. As you can see, the spread's pretty nice. I was quite pleased, and the discussions that were had were really fruitful. We held a number of breakout discussions in conjunction with those story sessions with several prompts about sea lamprey and fisheries management in the Great Lakes, and it was really cool. I see some of the volunteers that I voluntold to help me out here, so thanks, guys. But yeah, it was really great, and just the diversity of perspectives, not just U.S. and Canada, but between communities that are only like 30 kilometers or just down the road from one another was really amazing. I'm going to share some very preliminary findings. We have like the knowledge that we gathered. We've yet to really dig deep into it, but a lot of big themes came up. Hannah had mentioned that consultation and engagement on the U.S. side with these intertribal agencies with respect to sea lamprey control is much more succinct, and it seems like it's a better process in the States, while here in Canada, engagement and consultation is quite inconsistent and quite variable from community to community. There's some real horror stories out there, but then at the same time, there's also some very nice success stories, I guess you could say. Sea lamprey were a common occurrence, mostly for fish harvesters. A number of people said that, of course, sea lamprey wounds or sea lamprey themselves show up in indigenous fisheries, whether that's rec, subsistence, or commercial. And it's something that communities are talking about. It's definitely on their radar, so that was cool. What was talked about earlier is this cultural connection and responsibility among all living things. And that was raised quite often, and it's really nice to hear. Sea lamprey are often seen as the bad guys, but they're beings with inherent worth. They didn't choose to be here, but they're here, and we have to learn to live with them. I think it was Deb. She recognized them not as invasive species, but as teachers with lessons that we can learn from. And within that thinking, there was a lot of discussion on considerations of supplemental or alternative control methods that are, I guess, less invasive or harsh towards the sea lamprey. Maybe it was someone was just talking about language. I think that was a question, but these three terms, invasive, management, and control, came up quite a bit, and there was some opposition to the use of these terms. They're quite domineering and utilitarian and don't really reflect the relationship that is grounded in an Indigenous worldview, I suppose. And of course, more Indigenous input and inclusion going on just beyond a recognition or a title to an actual seat at the decision-making table with decision-making power. I think that's very important. Hearkening the sentiment, nothing about us without us. As we mentioned, a lot of this stuff happens on Indigenous territories, and consultation is important. And I think Hannah mentioned UNDRIP, and UNDRIP is now legislated into Canadian law. And that needs to be, we need to remind ourselves of that. And yeah, the focus on elders and youth. It's great to have youth involved. Youth rule. Someone said that they're our future, and then I think Ruth said they're our present, which is wicked. So yeah, and we're trying to think of ways to include them more in our work moving forward. But anyways, that's just some preliminary findings. Thank you, Chimigwech, for listening to us talk, and yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Nice.
We have 3 minutes for questions, apparently. The microphone's on, yeah.
Alex, I think Beth did touch upon a little bit about the GLFC's appetite for, taking critics from this study, finding, they're funding this. So based on, both Hannah's work and your work, what do you think your expectations on the chart you showed, the management, the 6 lake-wide committees and governments and agencies? So what is your assessment? Like, how quick you think you'll have a seat at the table?
That's a good question. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of any First Nation, but I hope it would change. I'd love to see First Nation representation on those lake committees. We have established treaty rights to harvest and interact with those waters. And I'd just like to call out some folks at the GLFC. Andrew Muir has been awesome and a huge supporter of this work, and just Indigenous stuff in general, which is lovely to see. And yeah, there's a lot of discussions being had at those tables, and yeah, it's good. So I hopefully it changes, and I think it will. And I think this work can help to serve that change. And the new commissioners? I don't know what you mean.
Just having new commissioners present. There's 3 new commissioners coming in, female commissioners, 1 Indigenous female commissioner, which is pretty exciting change afoot.
Oh, I might just add too, that's awesome that they're female, and our council's female. And I don't know if this was mentioned earlier, but for Ojibwe, for Anishinaabe, women have a very sacred role to protect and care for waters. So that's nice to hear.
I guess this is just a follow-up to this conversation. I'm just going to put it out there. do you think Ontario needs to give up some power and recognize that they don't have a place to speak on behalf? So MNRF or whatever Ontario ministries, because at some point they have to take responsibility for stepping out of what they should. And same with these tables, like why not say we're not convening until these people are here? Like we can all take responsibility for that. It shouldn't just be on the Indigenous nations to carve out that space. So I think it's everyone's responsibility. So IJC, everyone needs to say, let's stop then and do this right instead of, anyway, starting with Ontario.
Yeah.
They have a responsibility.
Yeah, I think so. I was at a conference in St. John's, Newfoundland, and they were talking about the DFO, this fellow, and he said that they've changed the way that they talk about business, but they don't change the way that they do business. And I think that was really poignant. And I was like, whoa, that's good comment, dude. Yeah, like there's certain groups of government scientists or agencies that are doing the good work, but it's a collective action. And on the other point, I don't know who is saying this, and it might ruffle some feathers maybe, but we shouldn't be asking for a seat at their table. They should be asking for a seat at our table. So yeah. I don't know if Beth has any comments. I've been hogging the mic.
I think it was actually me that was saying that.
Oh, okay.
The discussion, and that's what I was gonna follow up on, is like, we need to shift that narrative away from like, let's carve out a seat for an Indigenous person at our table and say instead, like, we should be begging a seat at their table and earning the trust to earn the seat at that table.
And one other comment, like there was a lot of talk of treaty, and we entered those treaties as equals, and I think that needs to be recognized in these spaces. We need to work together, and it seems like we're starting to, and there's some good momentum. We're done?
In the interest of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you go ahead? Should we go ahead?
Thanks.
And I pass it over to Beth for. Yeah, thank you.
And I'll just note that there are a couple of extra questions and comments for Hannah, for Alex, for Beth online. So I'll relay those and people
yeah.
can follow up.
Thanks, Andrea. I now have the pleasure to invite Nicole Latulippe to the stage. We'll be talking about connecting Indigenous placemakers and caring for place in Toronto. Welcome, Nicole.
Using something. Okay, is this? Okay, great. Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone, to the organizers, the speakers today, the attendees, to Carrie Ann. And I just hope to get a chance to talk to many of you today. So my name is Nicole Latulippe. I'm assistant professor in the departments of human geography and environmental studies at the University of Toronto Scarborough. So we have 3 campuses at U of T. And today I'm talking about a gathering that we convened in partnership with the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation on the Toronto Islands. And that gathering brought together an international group of placemaking practitioners for a week-long residency or a retreat and a one-day public symposium. So I'm speaking to placemaking as a practice, and I'll talk about what that is. But I'm also speaking to the approach that we took as a group of researchers in bringing people together. So bringing people together to support practitioners and to build a network. Those were the main goals. So what emerged out of that work was really the centrality of place and caring for place and those who keep place, and doing that through research. And that's kind of like an ongoing question of how do we do that? So I'm connecting with our sessions call for abstracts. I think I pressed this maybe. Yeah, I'm connecting with the call for abstracts that is really looking at what it would look like, what it would feel like, right? To have research infrastructure, to have researchers supporting Indigenous-led conservation, but also the care efforts that embrace Indigenous knowledge, sovereignty, and governance. So that's how I'm connecting with hopefully with all of you. So I want to introduce today, I'm going to do these 3 things. I'm going to introduce and situate my work, myself in the work, and I'm going to try to highlight connections to Great Lakes governance and planning so that it speaks to some themes a little bit more broad than the specific project and connect with you all. and then do a quick tour through some of our findings, which I'm been calling a weaving of voices, a weaving of many voices. And then I'll finish with some considerations for research when place and placekeeping are kept central to the process. So how do I come to this work? My family's French from Nipissing and Algonquin Anishinaabe territory up north, but I was actually born on this lake, which is the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. My PhD research was in allyship with Nipissing First Nation up north on fishery stewardship. So I'm actually getting a lot from the presentations today. And before that, I worked for the Anishinaabe Nation, and their head office is on Nipissing First Nation. And the work that I was doing was to support that implementation of the Ipperwash inquiry. So if you're familiar with that, that really had to do, and the First Nations in Ontario were really prioritizing treaty implementation and dealing with those historic and ongoing treaty violations. So that work was very much about not sort of just cultural acknowledgement or not just sort of symbolic land acknowledgement, which we see a lot of in the university these days, but more about that material return of lands and resources. So a lot of what I'm sharing today and the place I'm coming from is really in gratitude for what's been shared with me by many colleagues, by elders, by knowledge keepers, mostly with Anishinaabeg folks. And since I've come to U of T Scarborough, I've been really committed to this question or this practice of building relationship and relations of accountability with the treaty holders and with the stewards of the place where I'm at. So that would be the Mississauga and Williams Treaty nations. And so I'm asking, questions like, what does it mean to be a good neighbor, a good guest, a good treaty person? And how can I support that work and those questions in my specific role at the university? So that's what this project is about. It's kind of the first major project that I did in partnership with the Mississaugas of the Credit on that theme. And I suppose I just wanted to kind of highlight, wrong buttons. I just wanted to highlight and again, just kind of situate, like I'm not talking about this work, but I just wanted to point out some connections to you all with that, the special issue in the Journal of Great Lakes Research. I have a paper in there co-written with Deb McGregor and others from 2023. So speaking to those themes of bridging knowledge. And then this research I'm talking about right now just came out in this Environment Planning F paper with my colleagues who I actually list on the last slide because there's no room here. And then I've got some, some information here. The Anishinaabe Nation has a lot of education resources. So that's a lot of that background work that I did before academia. I was putting that together, helping to put that together on the Ipperwash project, and then also writing for Anishinaabe News. And that piece at the bottom is kind of the only thing I've written about the Nipissing First Nation fisheries stewardship research other than my dissertation. And it's a series of one-pagers in the Nipissing newsletter in 2016. Anyway, I'm working on a book, so that's taken a long time. So to situate ourselves, to touch down in this place here, I want to open with a series of questions that Ange Loft asks in this book, Indigenous Toronto. So she says, how many times must something be repeated to preserve the words? What are we not talking about enough? What symbols need to be on the ground in Toronto to remind us to keep talking these ideas through and with others? What metaphors of authority are needed to back up our acts? So in that chapter, Loft, she's actually talking about the dish with one spoon, Treaty Wampum Belt, and she's inviting readers to consider who should be involved in conversations about sharing space and what is actually needed to generate ongoing dialogue about connectivity to Indigenous places. So thinking with Ange and with the Talking Treaties Collective, in this project, the placemaking project, we're suggesting that things like art, design, architecture, planning, these practices have the potential to deepen our sense of interrelatedness in particular places. And from that, we develop our understanding of the responsibilities that we have to those places. So does anyone know where this photograph would be taken from? The orientation here? You can just yell it out. The Toronto Island, that's right. So
Pardon me? The blue flag, I don't know what that flag is all about, to be honest, but that's taken from the beach facing, I suppose, north, looking at downtown Toronto from the Toronto Island. There's the answer. So the project, so we did this project in 2019, and we're considering those themes that Ange was speaking to in this 1-week artists and writers residency. So, and we did that on Menacing. So Menacing is the name for the Toronto Islands that was shared to with us by our collaborators from Mississaugas of the Credit. And so we did that work in partnership with the Mississaugas, but also with a collective of Indigenous Maori placemaking practitioners in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So that project, we ended up calling it Connecting Indigenous Placemakers, and we welcomed 25 practitioners coming from across Mississauga territory and from Aotearoa. So for us, placemaking was the work of elders, the work of knowledge holders, community members who share stories about place, but also the work of practitioners who actually are involved in building physical spaces, like artists, architects, planners, designers. So placemaking would include physical and conceptual interventions in the built environment in cities. But it's not, again, not just limited to culture. Placemaking would include the exercise of Indigenous political authority. It would include the engagement with broader decision-making processes in the city. And it would include the activation of Indigenous land relations. So Indigenous people have been making place for thousands of years, but settler colonialism, as we know, it erases those visible Indigenous identities and cultural representations right from the city. So you often don't see indigeneity in the city or in the built environment. Now, the placemaking is generating a lot of energy and attention in recent years in public policy, governance, academia. The City of Toronto has an evolving list of Indigenous placemaking interventions across the city, and there was 37 at the time of the gathering. And in 2020, they put out a framework that's going to support their work to support Indigenous placemaking. So you can find that online, those policy frameworks. So you've got the city, you've got major institutions like the University of Toronto, you've got Waterfront Toronto. All these big bodies are actively working to build Indigenous spaces and enhance Indigenous programming and so on. So the point is there's a lot of opportunities, but there's also a lot of persistent barriers and challenges, which we discuss in the paper. So that's just a few examples of, placemaking in the City of Toronto today. So in New Zealand, the experience there, the success that they've had is those placemaking interventions have been supported by a group of Maori practitioners who formed a network. And they work under the banner of the Na'aho Designers Network. So what they've been able to do is create a forum for connection and collaboration between Indigenous practitioners. And what they're doing is actually transforming the dominant planning system through their work. So they're developing shared tools, and they're actually shaping the opportunities for Indigenous-led placemaking instead of just responding to externally led projects, which tends to be the case in Toronto, is that folks are just responding to externally led kind of initiatives and requests. So supporting this kind of model, I would say, is crucial in the context of this session, this panel, which is supporting Indigenous-led conservation and care efforts. So it's supporting the practitioners themselves to create the tools and to control the narrative, basically, right? So an example, wrong button. An example of that is the Na'aho in New Zealand. They've created a set of design principles that brings Indigenous values and ways of doing to the fore. And that has actually been adopted by the Auckland Council, and they're promoted across all council-built projects in the city, right? So that's going to transform. That's going to have long-lasting impacts for Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, and it's going to transform the planning and policy process in New Zealand. So building on that success in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we wanted to create an immersive space on the Toronto Island to support Indigenous creatives and their practices and to help build a network.
So there was a week of, we got funding for a week of accommodations, studio space, and communal space for folks to share at Artscape Gibraltar Point. And knowledge was shared through many experiences over the course of the week, some of which I've tried to capture in these photos. And then we through a number of collective sessions, group sessions, we decided what could be shared more broadly, like with what I'm doing today. So that was a relational process of accountability and consent. And those collective voices you can also find in a number of kind of community facing outputs, like a video, a visual highlights report, a radio interview, and all of those are available online. So what really emerged from, let's check the time. What emerged from that process was the centrality of place. And I mean that with a capital P. So place as an entity, as a being with a specific identity. And so the language started to shift from place making to place keeping, and also how to support that in research. So that was Kathy Jameson who shared at the beginning of the project that the Toronto Islands have, as always, if you need healing or if you need some space, go to the Toronto Islands. It's always been a space of healing and a place of gathering for many nations. So she shared that with us. And as the group integrated those teachings and integrated that place, it became very clear that placemaking wasn't really appropriate. Lucy Tukua from, she's Maori from Aotearoa, said, as Indigenous people, we don't make place, place makes us. So that's not necessarily an essentialist claim, which I've had like a reviewer come back and say that's essentializing. And it's not, it hinges on Indigenous language and cosmological understandings of the earth as alive, as sacred, as relational. So we include some examples in the paper, like there's a word in New Zealand, in Te Reo Māori called whenua, and it speaks to the land, but not just the land. It speaks to many layers of meaning that relate to people's relationship with the land. And then from there entails rights and responsibilities, obligations. And the same exists in the context here in Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe context. Vanessa Watts, if you're familiar, she draws on creation histories. And she shows in those creation histories that land is literally the extension of the bodies of Sky Woman and Turtle. And First Woman, or the earth, is literally the site where creators' thoughts took root and grew. So she uses this concept of place thought in capitals to describe land as alive and thinking. And the agency then of humans and non-humans, like animals, they derive agency from the land, from the extension of those thoughts, from the extension of the land. So if you think of that materially, then Indigenous people need access to the land. They need to communicate with the land, and they need to care for that land in order to have access to their governance and laws. So Deb McGregor, she uses capital E Earth to signify a similar idea, trying to speak to all our relations, trying to speak to the consideration of entities and beings that, in a Western society, we wouldn't consider as alive, like the water. So I had so much more to say. So that's okay. So then, so this idea of placekeeping, so that's a little bit of what I was saying. You can read the paper. It's open access. So it ends up being about how do we build our relations with the wind, the water, the land, the animals, and support those who are keeping those relationships. And Sue Chiblo talks about the same idea with regards to water governance. And everybody has a role to play. So then this kind of way of thinking about land or place really stands out in contrast to Western thinking. And so then the question becomes, okay, how are we going to consider then what research could look like in a way that's going to respect and advance these ideas? So that's what the rest of the paper does, is we put forward some ideas for considering capital P place, an entity with a specific identity, and caring for place in research. So some four themes: respect for the sacred, caring for and living well with all our relations, holding strong relationship with the people and the languages of place, and rethinking research in general. Because a lot of the activities that we did are not necessarily legible and sometimes fundable, right? Within the dominant kind of research infrastructure. And then of course we share some highlights. So some of the ways that we like express that or practice that or advance those considerations. And I guess maybe if I have 3 minutes, I'll just kind of highlight that the Mississaugas, for instance, have, you know, they have a claim to the water, which is to say that there's an ongoing obligation that the Mississaugas have to care for this entire area. And so all of us in that entire area should actually be operating under that governance and legal cosmological system as to the extent that we're able to, which means building relationships with those nations. So that could have a profound, if people were kind of operating that way in all of our institutions, that could have a profound impact. That's not what I meant to say, but that's what I'll say on the fly. And then one last bit. So we had this public symposium, but we also had these very beautiful open studios so we didn't just kind of focus on the symposium and the panels, we also had equally valued that embodied practice. So the symposium attendees could go in and kind of hang out with the placemaking practitioners, you know, in small groups to discuss their work. And then maybe lastly, so I'm probably over, the project resonates with Sandra Stiers, who, and she's talking about pathways for remembering and recognizing philosophies of land, capital L land. And she argues that it's crucial that we all consider and take seriously how we want to be in relationship to this world now and in the future. So Anishinaabe, in this case, Mississauga ways of knowing, being, and doing are crucial for supporting Indigenous-led approaches to just climate futures and reconciliation with the earth and waters. So thanks. Thank you. Miigwech. All my belongings.
Thank you so much, Nicole. In the interest of time, we'll move on to our last talk, but I encourage you all to find Nicole, and I'm sure, Andrea, if you have any things that have come in online, you can pass them on, and let's continue our discussions afterwards. For now, I'm very pleased to invite Catherine Fabria to the stage. She's got a lot of people in the room. Oh, and Clint, sorry, Clint. Clint Jacobs as well, the dynamic duo to the stage to talk about nurturing transformative change and reconciliation pathways, a case study of Canada's National Urban Parks Program. Several of us had the privilege of going on a tour with these folks yesterday, so this should be exciting. Welcome.
Ani Buju, Catherine Nadishtikas, Philippines and Dunjaba. I'm an immigrant to to Turtle Island. Luzon and Leyte are my homelands, and the Great Lakes have raised me, and it's a privilege to come here by way of a journey to protect and conserve water for the benefit of future generations. I direct the Healthy Headwaters Lab in Waiwayatsanang, and in that journey, it's brought me into a path and into good relationships with Clint and a number of stewards who you'll meet shortly in this presentation. Did you want to introduce yourself? Oh, could we put the new presentation slide? Is that okay? Did you want to introduce yourself, Clint, while we're waiting? Okay.
Yes, hi, I'm Clint Jacobs. I'm from Bikejinon, Southwestern Ontario. Glad to be here. We'll be sharing a bit more about the work that we've been doing.
Okay. I was like, did I upload it in the wrong spot? That's possible. I'll just briefly talk a little bit about, this is a new chapter in our journey together, where, yeah, we had the privilege of spending some time yesterday at the National Urban Park, the Rouge National Urban Park, which is the first in Canada. And we have the privilege of continuing on that journey. And so we'd like to share with you some of our lessons, a work in progress, and a journey that we've only just begun. Yeah, okay, so this is us. I think the next slide is Clint's, and I will hold this.
scrolling.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I think it's one more.
Okay. So Canada has embarked on a process of creating a number of national parks across the country. The Rouge being the first in Canada, and the second is going to be in City of Windsor. There's a number of partners that have been working on this, including my community, Wapalan First Nation, Caldwell First Nation, Ontario Parks, Ministry of Transportation, Town of LaSalle, Hydro One, City of Windsor, I think sorry, I missed that one.
And if you've been following the news, in recent weeks, a series of different announcements have come together to confirm and I think move forward with a plan to advance the Windsor Ojibwe National Urban Park as the second one. There is through a number of different pathways, and it's a sort of messy political process that has got here, as well as a mixture of different relational kind of connections. So Parks Canada has engaged in a nation to nation sort of consultation process. The private members bill by a Windsor MP, Brian Massey, put forth a bill in the House of Commons that passed unanimously, nearly unanimously in the third reading about 2 weeks ago. And there have been a number of different types of sort of negotiations and things that are happening right in the city. I think it's also worth noting that it's a privilege to follow like Nicole's talk, because the majority of Indigenous people in Canada live in urban populations, as well as a rich history of different types of communities that all call this place home. So this is all happening in places that people have relationships to in different ways.
So the process that Parks Canada has designed is based on 3 pillars: connecting, providing access to nature for communities, as well as enhancing urban green spaces for conservation and public enjoyment, reconciliation, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, as well as nature, conservation of nature in urban areas, and protecting biodiversity. And they're planning this along. There's lessons learned from iteration of Rouge National Park, Urban Park. But there's examples here that we're looking at, trying to strive towards. So they've got fundamental requirements for connecting Canadians with nature. And that's proximity to the spaces that are in Windsor. So there's a wonderful space called Ojibwe Nature Reserve Complex. They're also focusing on collaborative work towards shared priorities with Indigenous peoples, and also focusing on contributions to natural conservation targets.
I'll just talk about the patchwork of different lands that people have been, in relationship with, and there's been a number of different types of agreements that have really brought together a parcel of land. And so, for anyone that can look at Windsor from, a bird's eye view, you'll see that there's this like green space, and that's equivalent to the size of something like Central Park in New York City. So it's a large green space, and it's also in an eco-crisis region. So we have such rich biodiversity of plant and animal beings, some of the remnant oak savanna forests and prairie habitats, as well as buried streams, drains, and the Detroit River. So these are just examples of the kinds of land parcels that are coming together to form the National Urban Park.
And just like most places, they're situated within treaty lands. Again, we're all treaty people. And those are some of the treaty areas that make up the region around Wawayatrang. And its long history of Anishinaabe and other cultures. Our home has changed quite a bit. And you can see the percentages of what the natural remaining habitat is surrounding my community, Wapale Island. North of us, 13%, 5%, 6%. I often ask and remind people to think about your own body as just being the space there. Could you survive with only 5% of your body? And which 5% would you keep? We need to do better. And that's the goal here with this urban park, by protecting these areas following different mechanisms. But we need to strive towards saving these spaces for not just ourselves, but for wildlife, for young people, for our future, collective future. Been involved in this just about a year now. And so we've been invited to take part in the feasibility planning process of this initiative. Had a number of meetings once a month, meeting bilaterally with Parks Canada, but also as a partner committee with the groups that I mentioned earlier, the City of Windsor, Parks Canada, Province of Ontario, Hydro One, Caldwell First Nation. And we've been involved in their supporting, particularly Parks Canada supporting some capacity needs. You know, we have to have people at these tables so that dialogue can continue, planning can happen. And I'm really fortunate and grateful that we've had representatives from our council, from our senior managers, elders in my community, and others. And we made presentations. So Parks Canada been to my community back in November and beginning of this year in January. Been through some training. A young, wonderful person, Tia Kennedy, has provided some cultural humility training. And she's in the city here, I think. Is that right? So look her up. And things that we've shared with Parks Canada going forward is that we expect half the jobs in the urban park to be First Nations. And I'm not saying from Walpole or Caldwell, but First Nations. There's a lot of urban Indigenous peoples that live in Windsor, and that's in their backyard. So we want to find ways to support and build capacity so that they can actually step into those jobs going forward. And we're looking at not just co-managing, I know that's on the table, but we're also talking about co-governing this. And we have a journey to make, you know, so we have different interpretations of what that means to each of us. And even with amongst the First Nations, we have different interpretations of what that means and how that'll roll out. So we have to kind of find ways to come together and present wise practices, what I heard from Carrie Ann earlier. And you can see there in the map there that there's a number of signatories to the treaties there. We're part of what we call the Wawiaturang Treaty Council, and very grateful that we're there. We also have other communities nestled in the region that share the shared territory with us. So it's not only what you see the 5 there, but there's others as well. And we have to keep in mind that there's other Indigenous peoples in the city as well.
So it is a patchwork of stories that make up the place we call home. And one of the trickiest part is that this is happening in a city with lots of different factors. So I wanted to acknowledge a couple of weeks ago around the same time, the Narwhal published the complex political roadmap to getting us here. I think the author is here, Fatima Sayed from the Narwhal. I think if you're here, Miigwech, who spent time listening to all of the voices. And one of the First Nation partners, Caldwell, there are very delicate politics and stories there as well. And I invite you to read this piece to really understand all of the different views, the municipal views. And I think it's probably the biggest highlight of my life that someone, I called the group of women who are doing a lot of the care work alongside with me, a staunchness of aunties. And I was like, that's the biggest compliment in my culture. You aunties are to be feared and revered at the same time, but it's from that sense of care and holding that space open for a future generation. So, you know, the best way that someone in a research organization or institution can be helpful here is to reframe our relationship of what is the role of a university or an institution. So we're launching a research hub at the University of Windsor shortly, where we share roles also there, but it is a really intentional space-giving place to really roll up our sleeves and do the solution making, but not doing the decision making, leaving that to the co-governance structures in the nations to decide, and for us to play a role of supporting and really giving into effect and breathing into effect the kinds of roles. So the other PI that's not here is Annika Smith in the Faculty of Law, Center for Cities, who does equitable placemaking and city building in urban communities and has done a lot of work to connect with those diverse lived histories in the city of Windsor. That includes things like the Underground Railroad, refugee and immigrant communities, as well as Indigenous populations in the city. So we just the act of creating a grant, this isn't a normal grant. It was discussions about advancing things, knowing that, universities can't answer these questions, but we can provide a space to advance things. And it's a real, privilege to be part of a thing where it's not a competitive grant, but it was really about relational processes. And what we hope to achieve are relational outcomes and not just the park itself. So that when the park opens in 2 years or more, it isn't really, the beaver hanging on the thing, but it's this like network and community and a collective journey that we will all go on together, because it will require all of us to really make that change. So I want to invite a couple of incredible people who have taught me so much. Yesterday, we had the privilege of learning from people who are implementing the first National Urban Park, the Rouge National Urban Park. It was really telling that, of our 100 staff, there are none to few Indigenous staff members or practitioners, and it's coming from a very different place than the way that that was structured. And we are grateful for the opportunity to meet that river, the Rouge River. I'm a kid from Scarborough, so it was wonderful to see and reconnect with that landscape and people who I journey with now. And it was wonderful to ask questions and really get a sense of this watershed that has so much to offer and teach us. So miigwech to everyone who journeyed with us yesterday in the sun. We were able to really take in the landscape and really reflect together. And I think we've converged on many lessons. But rather than me telling you that, I'd like to invite our stewards, the Bikajwang Eco-Keeper leaders and the Ojibwe National Urban Park stewards to the stage.
Hello. Ani Bojo, Misha Indigenous Cause, Wikwemkong, Donjaba. My name is Michael Avens. I'm from Wikwemkong First Nations in Manitoulin Island, and I'm here for Windsor. I'm here in Windsor for school. I'm taking sport and recreation management at St. Clair College. But I was lucky enough to find employment through here, meet all these wonderful people. At Catherine, everybody, and I'm just happy to be here. I'm just being a sponge, so don't ask me anything about the lakes.
I'll keep this pretty short. So Ani, Buju, Kinu Indigenous, Mishike Dodem, Wakamagang Nujaba. Hello everyone, I'm so happy to be here today. I'm so happy to see all these lovely faces and positive energy here today. So I'm Kinu Clun, I'm from Wakamagang, Ontario. I've lived in Windsor for about 15 years, but ever since I started working at the Ojibwe Nature Center, I felt so welcome by all my colleagues, superiors, and staff there, and it's just an amazing time. But I'm always thinking 7 generations ahead, and I hope everyone else does as well. So miigwech, thank you.
Buju, Jeffrey Lane, Indigenous Cause, Makudono, Kejwan Nujaba. My name is Jeffrey Lane. I'm from Wapuan First Nation, and I am Bear Clan. I am fortunate enough to work with both Ojibways and Bikajwang Eco Keepers. It's been great working with them, meeting new people, making a lot of connections. Through Beck, that's where I met Clint Jacobs and also Catherine, and also these amazing people behind me. Thank you.
Ani, I was lucky to speak earlier. Bitawin ko Indigenous Cause, Jijak and Nodem, Wabajwanong, Mino Yatanong, and Donjaba, Ani Shivekwe and Dao. So my name's Cheyenne. I'm a PhD student in Catherine's lab. I've been so lucky to live in Windsor for the past 20 years now. Although my family history is in Batchewana, The prairie is also my home. We have a running joke calling ourselves swamp people. And it's just been so great to get to be a part of this circle of youth and to share experiences and care for the land together.
Hi, I'm Naomi. I'm from the Aamjiwnaang First Nations, but I live in Windsor. I've been with the Ojibwe Nature Center since 2020, and it was last year we all kind of met. So I'm really grateful for my boss, Karen Cedar. She's not here today, and these two and everybody else for kind of opening that door for new connections and learning. So miigwech.
Hi, my name is Taylor Myers. I'm from Wapua Island First Nation, and I work at the Heritage Center with Clint and Corbin. This is my first ever conference, so I'm just here like a sponge too. I love it.
Bonjour, did you go into Palmcrest and being in the district cause? Because I'm doing Jabal, Wallace Cash and Dodem. Hello, I'm Corbin Jacobs. I'm Clint Jacobs' son, and I work at the Heritage Center as a as a Pequeño eagle keeper. And I met Catherine through there, and this is a lovely time. Ooh.
So I think that's most of our time. As many of you know, IAGLR next year will be in Waiwayatanong. Hopefully I will do less talking and you'll hear more and more from them. We invite you to meet with us. We hope to, be able to have tours, and maybe our stewards will be able to walk you and tell their stories and show you their gifts on the land when we meet you again next. And I just wanted to thank you and just talk about how we want to also engage the ways in which we fund the next generation of stewards through thoughtful, again, being on this journey together. We launched a Indigenous Endowment Fund as an experiment and as an example to try and learn how to build a long-term endowment fund for Indigenous stewards in the park and beyond and across the traditional territory. So we, again, are thinking about how we can continue to do this work in a good way. And miigwech. So I think there's some words.
All right, so thanks everyone for wonderful presentations in the session. And thanks to all the youth who stuck with us for a whole day of talks. It's very impressive and we're so happy to have you here. We're about to pause for a break, but we invite you all to join us again in 20 minutes to take part in a facilitated discussion where we'll be talking about addressing inequities at aquatic science conferences. So everyone is welcome to join for that discussion, and we look forward to hearing about people's experiences. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Are we gonna look? Are we facing this way or front? Are we facing this way or? I'll try.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to take a second to recenter us in this conversation today and to really extend my gratitude to everyone that's been involved, to have all of these amazing youth and all of these amazing students and helpers and people here with us today. If we could jump to the second slide. Well, it was adjusted, but we're good. Okay. Yesterday, as was noted by Kat and Clint, we had the amazing opportunity to go spend time on the land and by the water. And it was just such a wonderful way to really get our own heads in the right space. And I think it's really important that we find mechanisms to do these kinds of things in conference spaces. And so just wanted to say our thanks for everyone that participated in that and made it what it was. I'm not going to go there yet. I was going to open with just like a couple of reflections from co-chairs here about the day and what stood out to them and what they're feeling like. And then we're going to get going with this discussion about conferencing better.
Thanks. Yeah, conferencing better. I love the how we were involved, and I can't speak directly because it's Andrea and Catherine and everybody here that's been all the heavy lifters. They're so kind and making space for me to kind of pop in but we're all kind of like-minded people, and there's room to grow. There's relationships to be built. There's connections to be created. I encourage everybody here just to, even if you're afraid or whatever it may be that's preventing you from whatever, just move forward. Just take that step. Get out of your comfort zone and ask questions. If you're trying to work with a community, you want to share data, you want to look at studying something, approach somebody and just ask, who is the most appropriate person that we go and talk to? Who should we be talking to invite you to a conference in the future? I love the fact that Catherine invited and made space. Really grateful to IAGLR for providing, I guess, subsidies. I don't know if that's what you call it, but space for folks that don't have the means necessarily. And you all been there. You're all starving students at one point, so that's you can probably relate, you know. But I'm really grateful that you allowed space for our young people to be here. I encourage you in the future to bring somebody if you can. I'm at the stage of my life where my role is to mentor and to guide, not necessarily do all the heavy work, but to find partners that can collaborate and carry on that work, and where I can share and guide people in the steps that they have to do. And whether it's really, for me, when I work with my colleagues, it's about exploring their gifts. They're in my path because of their gifts, because of the work that they're meant to do. I could say, here, do this or that, and that they might do it, but that doesn't make them fulfilled. I want them to be able to do the things that they're there for, and they're passionate about, and why Creator put them in this space at this time. And so they may not know where they're going right now, and we all been there, you know, in our teens and our 20s, and like me in my 30s, didn't exactly know what I was going to be doing. But we land where we're at, and we're grateful for those that put out a hand and say, I'll help you. I'll share some advice. I'll share some encouragement. And that's what we need all the time, more and more encouragement, and just to be grateful. You know, I know we're challenged with so many different things, whether it's funding or issues around collaborations, cooperation, or weather, or whatever it may be. There's always tomorrow. And so let's not forget that. Let's keep working towards solutions and making sure that the work that we do benefiting those that need it the most. I know you might come to communities and ask, hey, we want to study this. Ask, what is it that they would like for you to study? And maybe if it's not you, maybe you can point them to people that could help in their interests. So trying to figure out what their priorities are. If they don't know, ask how you can facilitate them gathering their priorities. Just like what Carrie Ann talked about, how she engaged her community and those around. That's important. So yeah, just reflecting on this past few days, wonderful work. I'm inspired by so many different things. Carry on the good work that you're doing. Make sure it's shared. And see how it can help communities, advocate for them, for those needs. I was thinking about Janessa's work. You know, she's gathering data around salmon management, and the folks are being prohibited from accessing the food that they need, the salmon. That's for their survival. And there's big multi-corporations that are drawing billions of dollars of that salmon and preventing them from accessing their food. And so we need to stand up for them, advocate where we can, share the data that we have so that we can support people having access to their survival. Miigwech.
Sorry, I missed the first part because I was being pulled aside for many conversations. Okay.
Just reflections on the day.
Okay, reflections on the day. Okay. Well, I learned so much today, and I'm so grateful for all of the people in this room, both today and throughout the rest of the conference, that provided opportunities for me to be let into their spaces and their worlds and learn so much from them. I'm thinking particularly of the youth. I was really touched by your involvement, your enthusiasm, your abilities to be sponges. All of this is really magical. So I'm really grateful to Kat and Clint for facilitating that, but also you guys for being here. And I think I will leave it at that and move on to Alex.
Thanks, Beth. Yeah, it's been a wicked good day. These are always so awesome to hold these Indigenous focused sessions. I mean, I'm a relative newcomer to academia. Well, maybe not, but there hasn't been so many Indigenous focused sessions, especially at these fisheries science conferences. And it's really nice to see a shift and a momentum. And I'm really appreciative of everyone who came today and shared and showed up and maybe didn't share. That's okay too. It's cool that you guys got to go to the Rouge Park. I wasn't invited, so I was there in spirit apparently. And yeah, I did want to make one comment. So we graciously asked the youth to provide or give a tobacco tie to each of our presenters. Tobacco is a sacred medicine, not just for the Anishinaabe, who call the Great Lakes home, but many Indigenous groups across Turtle Island and likely beyond. We have a pile of extra tobacco ties on this reserve table here, and I would encourage anyone who wants to pick one up to grab one. They're often given, put down to give thanks to whatever. What's that, Ruth? Ruth's giving me some hand signals there. Huh? Oh, and you typically offer it with your left hand. So please feel free. We made extras. Carry it with you, place it down wherever you'd like, or don't. That's okay too. But I just wanted to raise that they're up there.
Corbin, did you want to explain your teaching with us in the tobacco yesterday for the rest of the room about what to think about? And yeah, man. It really set our day. That was kind of what we were in the middle of in that photo on the shores of Lake Ontario.
Giving thanks is like a practice of what we do as Indigenous people and maybe even non-Indigenous. My whole life I've been practicing prayer, giving thanks. Yeah, ever since I was small, my dad has kind of placed that into me to look for what's ahead and to be what's for what's I'm thankful for, and to be here with you guys right now for this opportunity. So how I begin is by saying my name in Ojibwe as much as I can, because that's what really connects us as to Creator all around us. And I like to talk about just what I'm thankful for, you know, just to be alive, mentally, physically, spiritually, mostly balanced each day, to follow 7 grandfather teaching as much as I can. And whatever resonates with you, that comes from the heart, that what sets you for the day. And when you start out by giving thanks, it sets a tone for what, you know, what's going to be going on for the day or even the month. And not just tobacco, but even if you have prayer just by words, words are strong and powerful when you say them out loud. But when you use tobacco, it really grounds that message to send to Creator. And when you talk out loud, you got to be aware of what you say, because words are powerful. And if you say something that's if you're asking for strength, creator, whoever you believe in, will put stuff in your life to build you up to have that strength. But what I did yesterday was I just asked people in the circle to think about 10 things that you're grateful for. And just, yeah, let's have a moment of silence. Just think of 10 things that you're grateful for. And when you do that, it helps you, me, it's like a healing. And when you do that, it helps you and I grow and have a better connection to yourself. And that's like a self-love and self-care for yourself, to have love for the creator and whoever you may believe in. And so that's what we did in the circle. And after that, we just kind of just went our own separate ways and just had our own time for ourselves and to talk about what we're thankful for. Yeah, miigwech.
So we invite you, if you do choose the gift of tobacco, and I wanted to thank Ruth and Alex and the team for making that possible for us. I guess I'll just continue on with my observations. I am also new to the IAGLR research community, having relocated, my life from Aotearoa, New Zealand about 4 years ago. And it was such a different sort of environment. It was a privilege to have one person in the team at the time. It was myself and Candy Donaldson, and we went to the first IAGLR, and there were 2 talks that we felt was either about an Indigenous topic, and I don't know if they were actually from an Indigenous presenter. And that was a real interesting moment about the sense of belonging and inclusion in that community. And that was, and in 4 years, things have changed so swiftly because of everyone leveraging and partnering in so many different ways. So I think my main reflection is always that of gratitude. I feel more and more a sense of belonging myself. And, even though I am a researcher in this community, as a non-Indigenous, non-white person in this space, figuring out, how I can use my gifts. I feel a lot less alone in this community, and a sense of responsibility to try and create opportunities for richer connection. I'm so passionate about the water, and to see so many people that are also called to that. I feel like there's so many more connections that can be made. So so again, looking backwards at where I was when I joined this kind of conference, and looking forward, I see nothing but so much hope. And, if I cried, it's just because I'm so proud of the stewards and, their first conference. I don't know that I would ever be that, I don't know, just composed as a teenager or, a young adult. And yet they've taken on the responsibility of being stewards, and with such grace, and they teach me so much. So again, feeling, the sense of community here, and the problems we've wanted to solve together have made it possible for all of these other new things to happen. So I'm really looking forward to what things we will share and learn together 4 years from now. But again, it's just with so much gratitude that everything about even our structure, having this day, having it hybrid, making getting as circular as possible, all of these little things we've had so much conversation around to try and ask the question, or hearing the thing that they've never done it before, it's never done before, but that has never been, where we stop, but we can continue to find ways to change. And, before you know it, we're doing this. And so I have lots of gratitude. I also have lots of advice and tips, and hopefully it's less hard for other people to find their way and path and connection. But I'm hoping we can learn and grow and not forget these lessons and keep moving forward. Miigwech.
Thank you, Kat, and everyone else. This has been such a wonderful day. I think I'm going to be left thinking about this idea of placekeeping for sure. I think that, it just really sits well with me. And when I think about the Niska word for our world, our earth, is hatni jak, which hatni means a tool for, and jak means life. And we use hat ni in so many contexts, but I love that it is connected to something just so alive, and it keeps, place in our relationship to it so alive. I'm left thinking about how much this is like really cumulative learning on our and all of our parts. But Kat and I have had the opportunity to co-chair different sessions in different contexts and learn a lot along the way, and hopefully do this better and better. But that's really the nature of this conversation, is how can we continue to make this a better space for all of us to be here together. And so that's where we're going to shift this conversation. Kat, Alex, myself, a handful of colleagues have been talking about like what it means to like do conferences better. And so we want to just like welcome everyone into that conversation. And it's a possibility that this is something that we're going to write up, because this is something that we want to be able to bring to conference organizers and show what the needs are, and back it up with all the science that can convince them of the needs for these things and the needs to support them in the right ways. So this whole day has been recorded, but we are continuing to record this session and record what's in the chat. And so I guess it's just with that acknowledgement that we hope that your conversation, your participation in this, it's with the understanding that we're going to learn from it and move ahead with it, and your voluntary involvement is our understanding of your consent and wanting to participate. But there's definitely going to be an opportunity within this that if you're interested in really engaging in this with us, there's an open door. Maybe with that, I'll pass it to Alex to share a little bit more.
I think you did a good job. I don't know if I have too much more to add. I would extend that out to the folks on Zoom. Please feel free to use the chat. I don't know if you can unmute and we can hear you, but the chat works cool, and we're on the chat here. So, and yeah, like we welcome any and all contributions. So hopefully you guys are a chatty bunch today. Yeah. Oh, could you folks pull up the Mentimeter? We have a fun interactive activity for you all.
Hello. Okay. All right. So we just wanted to start by doing a little interactive activity so we can kind of gauge the people in this room, the experiences they've had at conferences in terms of experiencing different aspects of what it means to involve Indigenous perspectives and communities in these spaces. So when in preparation for this, I asked that people get out their phones. We're going to do a Mentimeter. So so now there's a QR code up there. So if you scan that and you pull up the Mentimeter on your phone, you should be able to respond to our very short survey. And we're just trying to, get a feel for what people's experiences have been at conferences. So once people have pulled that up, if you can maybe give me a little signal that you're set up and ready to go, then I'll know when the majority are good to go. I see maybe 40% of you with a thumbs up. Another couple. Okay. Okay, can we advance to the first question, please? Okay, so the first question, I see many of you have answered already. Okay, how many conferences, if any, have you been to before? So we're just getting an idea of experience at conferences at all. All right, so pretty good distribution. Quite a few where this is their very first, which is amazing. I think I might know who a few of those respondents are. A lot that are in a couple or a few, the majority in a lot of them. So around 10, and then too many to count. Us old folks in the room. Can we advance to the next slide? How many people have been to a conference where they have heard or attended? Now these, we could not get these larger or smaller, so I'll come down and read these. So attended a conference where they heard a land acknowledgement. So The numbers are still going up here, so I'll give people a second to finish that up. So a land acknowledgement, an Indigenous focused talk, an Indigenous-led talk, an Indigenous session, or engagement with local nations and tribes. So kind of an ascending order of how engaged we might be with the communities that surround us. So as we kind of had predicted from this question, there's a little bit of a decrease in numbers as you move along that level. And there's a lot of reasons that might go into that, but we just wanted to do this for demonstration purposes to kind of get a sense of what people's experiences have been in this respect. Thank you all for participating in that.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it's, it's pretty clear that this is not a representative sample of the larger population. So I think we need to acknowledge that the place that we're having this conversation is a pretty strong signal of what we're going to see here. But absolutely, like we see this tendency towards lighter kinds of engagement. And so kind of our exercise today is like, how do we go beyond just a land acknowledgement and just recognition to actual like action and engagement and what that looks like and what that can mean. And a lot of this is kind of motivated by having really negative experiences in conference spaces. Us wanting to bring this forward and hear all of your voices comes from that place. And I know Alex has an experience that he's going to share a little bit about, and then Kat and I are going to share a recent experience ourselves.
Yeah, the experience I had experienced, but also my nation. I had attended a conference with a couple counselors and employees some time ago. I won't give a lot of specifics, but essentially there were some issues with the management of the conference and sort of the ongoing, I guess, process of some of the sessions and the interactions that our counselors had with some of the organizers, and a decision was made to leave and protest based on those interactions, which is super unfortunate. I don't think it's that often you get counselors coming to these sorts of science-y conferences, and there was just a lot of afterthought. I think if there was more discussions had in the planning phase of that particular gathering conference, then these issues would have been avoided. And I mean, we're talking about conferencing better, and I think that's important. You need to have some representation on the planning committee. You need to have these discussions. What happens if this happens? Are we being attentive to these ongoing issues or these rights, these local First Nations? Yeah, I'm not going to give the specifics, but anyways, after following up with that specific organization, they did make amends in the best way that they could, and expressed regret for doing things in the wrong way. So that's reassuring at least, but it'd be great to avoid those as much as possible. I don't know if you guys want to talk about. I have good experiences too, they're not all bad.
I'm just going to reflect on, I guess, some suggestions. First off, we want to make sure that we're consider elders. Lots of wisdom there, not just knowledge. And but also making sure that we make space for young people to hear. And you have to kind of reflect when you were young, how much were you listening when you were hearing? So be kind for that, create some opportunities for breaks, and snacks and water, which was great here. Thank you. Lighting. I'm glad the lights above us are not so bright, but the lightings that are at us are blinding in some cases. Yeah, just and opportunities to actually intermingle in between. Thank you to those folks that said hi to me, that some of you I haven't seen in 25 years or so. It's great to see you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to this space. I know there's so many other things going on today and yesterday, but yeah. So, and I love the whole situational thing. So, you try to make this as a circle, in our teachings, we don't like to be looking at somebody back of their head. We want to see everybody, their expressions, because we often communicate through our expressions, through our eyes. That's how I connect to people. When I look into your eyes, I can sense things. And a lot of our people do that. And so if we can't see your eye and I'm sitting behind you, I don't know how you're feeling, whether or not you need a hug or some encouragement or a discussion or something along that line. So those are important to try to have as much as we can where we're looking at each other. And having those spaces when we can get outside. I really love that. Thank you for organizing that and being outdoors, breathing in, taking part of this space here, learning a bit about the history. It would have been great to have some folks from the Mississaugas here. And we're grateful that we had the chief here's opening. So thank you for those. Those are a lot of you guys did such a good job in making this space both ethical but also welcoming. So thank you.
Yeah. Just also to just thinking about things that have kept me attending conferences over the last decade. I, entered into motherhood as a decade ago, and the ability to not have to choose and to have support in a way that I could articulate what I needed without being asked why. And not feeling uncomfortable or shameful about saying, well, I need to bring someone or I need a break, and just thinking about all of the ways that all people who we want to connect with and want to keep in our community feel supported, and finding ways to do that in a conference system just makes it a better experience for everyone. In our communities of practice, it is really common. If you bring a baby into the room, you have an auntie in me that I will just carry that baby because I can't pick my babies up anymore. But I think this idea of making it as inclusive as possible doesn't take away from the science and the conversations, it enriches it. So I think in addition to how we structure and thinking about barriers versus enablers, those are those little micro supports that have made all of the difference when we talk about accumulation of factors. So I think we really wanted to come back to everybody because we know these are based on our lived experiences, to hear from you. And I think Andrea's just going to talk about a few examples that we've learned or accumulated around how things that we've been trying to work towards.
Yeah, I think I'll keep it brief, and it's just that I want to emphasize that to do these things right, it's required a huge amount of labor on our part, and I think we need to engage more widely in that and have people share in that. And so I guess my take-home message from that is twofold, and that's one, that in all of these contexts where we run sessions, we don't have ownership over them. And if there are others who want to step up and lead these kinds of sessions, we have all the things that we're willing to share, from sponsorship letters to receipts to whatever is helpful. So if you have an expressed interest in leading in those spaces, let us know. And we are so here to mentor and support people through that. But bigger picture, we need to really have the asks go up in leadership so they know what needs to be done, and so that we're not off on our own having to deal with these. And that's really been the biggest struggle, I think, in our roles. I'm going to pass it over to Beth.
So again, we want to do a little bit of interactive stuff here. And just thinking about some of the things that we've talked about in terms of some of the possible barriers to engagement and some of the things that you've experienced, or that even at this conference or in previous conferences, about things that have gone well, things that have been barriers to engagement for different reasons. We'd like you to do a think, pair, share exercise, maybe with people at your table. There's notepads and pens at all of the tables. If you can just think simply about what your number one priority would be for what can be improved in conferences in the future to increase accessibility in these spaces. We'll give you a few minutes to think about that and chat about it. And then we'll ask a few of you to volunteer to share what you had written down.
All right, so I'll just share a couple of things that we're seeing in the chat so we can hear some of their voices, but we're hearing, emphasis on the importance of having a virtual option. Quite a number of people are talking about the shift that they've seen in conference spaces over recent years. There's a really great comment that's very all-encompassing around capacity funding, finding opportunities for more First Nation citizens to access these spaces, be part of these conversations, breaking down whatever barriers have held people back from participation, making space together. Like that's really the big question for us, absolutely. But yeah, we want to open the floor. So Ruth has a mic. Thank you, Ruth, for being on the mic. Okay, Raj's table, you're being picked on. And next after that will be Andrew Muir's table.
So what I was talking about is, at these conferences, if we can have, as Clint said, opportunities, more breaks, and almost like forcing people to talk, mingle, make networking, I think that's very powerful. And most of the time when I go to conference, I go for that purpose. The second one, I think we should have some kind of a storytelling type workshops, part of this, 1 day or 2 day sessions.
Yeah, and I think it's on the same line, more open discussion, more things like this, where after we do all the information that we get a chance to, be a community and talk like a community, not just with our hats on or, and that so forth. Do you want to keep going around this group?
You pretty much got it, yeah.
Sorry, the folks I'm sitting with here had great points. I had one point that I wanted to add, but I didn't, so I'd like to add it now. Some of the most favorite experiences I've had at conferences are actually both are in Australia. And the success I felt was that they had the local community fully engaged in the entire planning of the conference, and they were the host. It's their territory. They were essentially the host of the conference. It's like a Western Science Conference, but the culture and art and everything was woven throughout the entire thing. Ceremonies for the entire conference participants, and that to me was really cool. I don't know that we do that much in North America or ever.
Yeah, and New Zealand conferences, there's the banquet is a costume
That's
party.
right.
So I know it's a little too late to plan an outfit for tonight, but like we went hardcore. I mean, like people really came, I think this idea of community and like our work is serious, but we don't have to be all the time. So anyway, I just I hear you, and I would like snap to your comments about, we could, really immerse ourselves in the community and the places and build a community while doing it.
One of the things we talked about was also almost echoing a point that was brought up earlier by y'all, where it can be very difficult to start out wanting to create a certain feeling at a conference or reach a certain goal when your planning committee or your leadership hasn't created that before and doesn't really have a roadmap to doing that. So in terms of planning conferences better, trying to ensure that the right voices are in that leadership team or on that planning committee, and being willing to adapt to what those voices have to say, even if there's like a pre-established conference that's happening and they decide after 10 years they're going to try to work much more closely with First Nations peoples. If they tell you that a fourth of your conference is like has a lot of issues and maybe just needs to get scrapped, being open to those kinds of conversations and like redesigning things and reworking things is really important. And then off of that, we had a great follow-up. I'm going to just pass the mic to you.
we also need to be careful. I think a couple of you pointed out already who we're asking to do that and putting that burden on BIPOC and the people who are already fighting these battles, asking them to continue to fight it instead of saying, okay, here's my ideas. What's your, trying to ease that burden and hoping to see that happening.
Thank you. Can I lean in here? Youth, did you guys have a rich discussion? Did you anything you want to share about what would make conferences? Kinu, I know he's okay, and then Janessa. Okay.
Stuff that would make conferences.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So what I wrote down was, instead of like having one day for Indigenous-led, there should be 2 days. I feel like there's a lot more to discuss. I also wrote down that we should be able to start being able to have like smudging at the conference, because I feel like we bring a lot more positive energy and it just make the whole center feel good. So that's my input.
Hello. One of the points that I brought up with everybody here was inviting more representatives from First Nations that have never actually been to a IAGLR event conference. This is my first time, and I found everything really informative, considering I haven't. I'm not like my knowledge isn't really in this field, right? And already I've felt like I've learned quite a bit, and I feel like a lot of people back home would really benefit from that too, because back on Manitoulin Island there is a lot of fishermen there as well, and we do have a couple of reservations that I feel would find this information valuable. And one quick other thing, like we have a lot of like herbal and natural medicines around in the Great Lakes area, and I feel like a lot of people don't really know about that right now. And there's like medicine women and stuff, native medicine women that are more attuned to all that knowledge and stuff. And I feel like if we got them here as well, somehow, some way, add that to the wish list, and that would be sweet. And yeah, so thank you.
One thing that I would like to see is elder sharing with youth in breakout rooms. They have a lot of knowledge, and I like for to youth to gain that knowledge and maybe share with other youth and communities as well. And I also like to see elders or just older people in front, if they have a hard time hearing, is for them to hear more. And for anyone that's deaf, is to have sign languages on standby or just present, just in case they can hear or the language they can present.
I just wrote down that we should encourage more youth to come. Because they're our future generation, and just like me, this is my first one. I learned a lot too. So, and I would definitely be interested in coming to more. So I think we should invite more youth.
To follow up with that, whoa, I'm like, okay. To follow up with that, when that was brought up at our table and we said, we should have more youth here, like so many of these beautiful people said, I would love to present. Right. So maybe, our conferences traditionally, because I've seen conferences, you have to have a PhD or a doctorate or whatever to have anything important to say. Right. So I think we got to get away from that idea. We have very intelligent people here that give so many good, tidbits to think about. One I will bring up too also was childcare, more snacks, more time for breaks, a map of the area so people know where to go get something to eat. We're not all necessarily from here. And so when you give us 40 minutes to go get a lunch and then come back to an important session, we don't even know where to go, right? Or everywhere around here, it's $30 for a salad, and you have some people that can't afford that, right? So I noticed this morning, the granola bars are out for 10 minutes. I was here at 8 and I didn't get a granola. You know what I mean? Things like that. What is the cost of this place to have granola bars? Honestly, so little things like that I think are very important. And I'll hand it off.
Thanks. I agree with everything everyone shared today. I think having more elders here as well. I'm so happy that the youth are here. I think that's amazing. And you all are inspiring. Would love to hear you present and share more. And would also like to hear that from elders as well, not to just attend, but to be up there. And one thing that they have I've seen in other conferences are these affinity groups where people that really, I guess, identify, you like BIPOC, for instance. People facilitate just BIPOC groups where we can intimately share with one another, or LGBTQ and so on and so forth. So I've seen that becoming more common, and I think that would be good too.
Great, I'm gonna check for time. You have something else planned? Alex?
We're coming up to the end here, unfortunately. This is great. Makes me think of a priority, having more time for discussions like this. Perhaps the next thing I'm going to say is maybe a little biased, but I'd like to really extend a thank you to IAGLR. We have an awesome board of directors, of which I'm one. I probably should say that before I say what I'm going to say next, but they're really passionate about the Great Lakes and involving Indigenous communities in the work that we do. We have a new Idea Plus committee, and yeah, super on board, super supportive. Jerome has been a dream in helping us execute this, and I mean, he got the band playing tonight. That's pretty cool too. But yeah, and I think it just goes to show that it's a mindset thing, right? Trying to do things better. It just takes some hard work and elbow grease. So thanks, miigwech, to IAGLR, and I see our president is sitting back there, Neil Rooney. Yeah, I'll pass this to Andrea here.
And there's lots of folks chiming in on the chat saying that, you know, this is why we need the youth. These are brilliant ideas that you all bring forward. And I think having, you know, youth-led conversations, sessions would be amazing. But we also want to like always be attentive of what burden we shift in what direction, right? And what risk we introduce to youth, bringing them to conferences. There's lots of work to be done. We were talking about it at this table over here, like how do we do that and prioritize safety and well-being and all of those really important things, because conferences, as we know, aren't the safest places. So thank you so much. I wanted to share our gratitude with the AV team and the camera crew. They've been amazing. We were able to have so many people joining us at different points in the day online as their time zones suited. So it was awesome to see people joining from well beyond the Great Lakes, colleagues on the West Coast coming in and colleagues from the East. So awesome to see that coming together. And just wanted to remind folks about the offer of the tobacco ties. Please do grab one. If you have notes that you've written down, please feel free to leave them. Leave your notes, take a tobacco tie, and come full circle. So much gratitude to Kat, Alex, Beth, Clint. This has been really awesome.
Thank you.